Well then. And of course my dog decides to start barking the second I go live. Oh my days. uh, hello, everyone. As you could probably tell from my voice, I'm still not 100% better, but I now have enough of a voice to be able to do this live stream, and I refused to delay it any longer. Just going to make sure everything is working properly as we kind of get into this. But hello. How are you all? I see a few people. I see Ben, Zim, Eclipse, Red, Chloe. Hello all. Big stream today. Very, very big stream. Got started a little bit sooner. Just to give people enough time to get in here. Hello. Yes, I know Red is always here, always watching. For those of you that don't know, I mean, there's a little icon there, but Red is now a moderator for the stream. Probably not going to be removing anyone's comments or banning them or anything like that, mainly just here to bonk any potential bots that show up. But just so you know, I'm not the only one keeping an eye on stream chat, so behave. Not that any of you guys would do anything bad, but just so you know. Hey Sin, Mine, Boss, everyone is here today. Yes, it is that time. One of the most important streams this channel will ever have. The conclusion to the longest running series. This series has birthed some of the most popular builds on the channel, namely the Dancer of Eilestry, and also some weird ones. Some very weird ones. But it's going to be interesting to finally wrap it up. Morning Alice, morning Callum. Can't wait to see what I've come up with. Not come up with anything yet, that's what the stream is for. Are you using mods which restore the Dead 3 as cleric options? I'm going to try and keep this vanilla. I know that we've got console mods now, but this series has been vanilla since the beginning, and I want to kind of keep it that way. That's kind of the plan. Us bad? Never. Nah, never. Hello, Hyper. You sound like I sound like I'm dying. This is a lot better than how I sounded. This is a lot better than I sounded before. I might adjust some levels. Hold on. I did have my recording settings set a little bit different from before. Let me just see if I can. If everything sounds good, let me know. Otherwise, I'll make some changes. Yes, my voice is very gravelly, very a bit deeper than normal. Otherwise, I am okay. Dead people. Hi, Sick. I should probably not watch this before finishing my current run. I'll be wanting to start over again. Nah. This shouldn't be anything that is run-ending, I don't think. 2 or 3 days ago? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you sound leagues better, and I'm early. A little bit early, yes. But again, I like to start the streams about 5 to 10 minutes early to give enough people time to kind of pool in before we get actually into the meat and potatoes of it. I have a recording of your voice dying from 3 days ago. Yes, I know. It was proper dying. But now I'm a bit better. Hopefully, I'll be able to get my voice in slightly better shape for when I actually record the videos that this live stream is going to produce. But otherwise, I'm quite happy to get started with the stream. Still waiting for the game to reinstall? Yeah, I know. A lot of people have been having issues since the latest patch, with the game basically needing a full reinstall, but hey, I think we've got everything. I'm just still double-checking stream settings and making sure we are all good here, which I think we are. Perfect. You've had to do it on and off between D&D sessions? Yeah. You had to bust out the cheat ring because the watchers are still going after you? Oh, interesting. Glad you're getting better, but still, yeah, I mean, it obviously sucks when you're a content creator to basically lose your voice, because you kinda need it. So it was a bit sad that I wasn't able to make any videos last week, especially with the very sudden drop of patch 7 for consoles, with things like Mystic, and, you know, I think, did Artificer get added? I can't remember. Like, So I was really excited to make some videos on that, but obviously I wasn't able to, because if I did, I would have sounded like there was two ends of the spectrum to me losing my voice. High-pitched, I sounded like a deflating Mickey Mouse. Low-pitch, I sounded like a bad knockoff of Optimus Prime. And there was no real in-between. Yeah, thanks, Red. Glad to have you here. Have I seen the new evil endings yet? No, I have not. I don't like to spoil myself. I like to play these things out myself, and I just finding a time for a full playthrough of this game isn't easy. Maybe that's a live stream. Arise, Hopo Prime. The in-between is Wesker. Oh no. Oh no. The new evil endings are absolutely amazing. Finally a reason to play more evil runs. Maybe there is an evil run live stream in the channel's future. 1 second. Sorry about that. I might suddenly mute at various times throughout the stream. It's because I'm either having a coughing fit or a sneezing fit. That was a sneezing fit. But anyways, I believe it is now about 2 minutes off of 1 PM, so in about 2 minutes we will get started proper. Let me just double check that everything is still working real quick. Yep, it appears to be. Perfect, okay. Haven't seen the current Dirge ending yet. Currently doing that run will only pick Dirge dialogue options. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing all of the new stuff when I finally do get round to it. I feel bad at laughing at that, but it sounds hilarious. It was pretty funny. There is video proof of it over on Red's stream, because I was over there for a time. You called me Mickey Mouse during Red's stream. I didn't think you thought the same. I'm pretty sure I said it on the stream, but I can't remember. Could our new Dead 3 be the origin character's evil paths? Maybe. This is what we have to kind of figure out now. Because this is the thing, right? So we're going to be making these builds for the Dead 3, right? Bane, Myrkul, Bhaal. How do we do that without just making, well, Ketheric, Gortash, and Orin, right? Like, here's the thing. I want to make these builds in a way that fits into the narrative in a unique way, and in reality kind of make a party build as well. Because, again, I don't want to just say, oh yeah, we just grab all of those guys as equipment, slap them onto a build, I don't know, Bhaal's a rogue, Gortash is the Bane is probably a bard, and Myrkul is probably a necromancer wizard, and then boom, bam, bosh, you're done. Like, it's not... I want to go a bit interesting with it. Like, maybe there's a reason that these new Chosen were made, in order to make... Maybe because in the eyes of the Dead 3, the current champions have lost their way or started to slip or something, and as such, they need to be taken down, which could tie into the narrative really well. Obviously, we have the existing Dark Urge storyline, so Bhaal shouldn't be too tricky. Bane and Myrkul, on the other hand, there may be some things we have to worry about, but we'll have to see. You wish there was a way to make a mod to have a bunch of the Dirge stuff be wisdom saves? I would just roll a wisdom saving throw with physical dice, and if you fail it, you fail it. Gives you a reason to spec into wisdom as a dirge. Like, if you go for a dialogue option, you know what your saving throw is, you roll a physical die, you pass, you fail, you fail. That's a cool way of doing it. Somebody pointed that out in another stream I've done prior. Never finished, to be honest. You were never happy with your build. Sometimes the best way to do it is just to respec, not restart. Myrkul finds Ketheric too soft with his daughter? Maybe. Totally a thing you could do. Yeah, exactly, Mike, exactly. Good to have you on the stream, by the way. Maybe Ancient Chosens from way before the Baldur's Gate 3 story happens? Maybe. Could be something. We'll have to see as we get started, as it is past 1 PM. So obviously, I have the Forgotten Realms wiki pages up for the Dead 3. So we'll give each of these a read, and we'll go from there. Hi, Sean. Good to have you here. You know, but I never felt right respecking. There's a reason why it's there. Hey, Ben. You tossed your full embrace urge doing the Karlach interaction broke you. It does suck, but I have done a full dirge run before. Back, I think it was my third. Was it my second playthrough? No, it was my second playthrough. And it sucked. Iron Fist of Bane, control monk using Gortash's gloves. That could be good. Pardon me. Bagaskara? I hope I pronounced that correctly. Anyways, I say we go through these in alphabetical order. So there's no, like, who's it, what's it, what we're doing first. Hi, Ezra, good to have you here. Been a while. And yeah, sorry it's taken me so long to get back into streaming. Between charity stuff and a bunch of other things I've been doing lately, and obviously being ill, and then I took my hiatus for a while. I've not actually streamed in a very long time, but I'm glad to be back now. All I know is that the Chosen of Bane should get access to the Bane and command spells. Absolutely. But let's actually give Bane's wiki page a read and get a look and get an idea of what we're looking at. I'm already seeing an orc. That gives me some ideas, but let's have a look. Bane was the Faerunian god of tyrannical oppression, terror, and hate, known across Faerun as the face of pure evil through malevolent despotism. From his dread plane of Banehold, the Black Hand acted indirectly through worshippers and other agents to achieve his ultimate plan and achieve total domination of all of Faerun. I think we just found the build name. Spree specking is mandatory sometimes. Shadowheart has more strength than Minsk. Yeah, exactly. Are the classes already determined? Hi, Kindle. No. The Black Hand sounds monkish, yeah, and again, one of Gortash's gloves adds force damage and gives you the command spell. I do kind of see Bane being a monk. I'm going to copy this into my little document here. As you know, I keep everything on Notepad because I'm totally a professional. So I'm just going to copy that in as a potential build name, but I'm kind of sold on it already. Black Hand also sounds very Elder Scrollsy. Yes, yes. That's another thing I want to play on this channel. Skyrim, or Oblivion. Something Elder Scrollsy. Anyways. I choose to rule over all eternity as the ultimate tyrant. I can induce hatred and strife at my whim, and all will bow down for me while in my kingdom. Interesting. I kind of want to see the Black Hand gloves. They do extra force damage and have fear. Yeah, I could see the build incorporating both. You kind of switch them out, because they both give you the same damage boost. But you can kind of switch. It's like you think command would be more useful, go for that. If you think fear would be more useful, go for that. You watch a lot of Skyrim character builds. Hi, Sarvis. Yes. I didn't get too heavy into Skyrim builds, but I have played a lot of Skyrim. I would say across the various re-releases of the game, I've got at least 2,000 hours. So having a playthrough of that game, like just kind of as a stream thing on this channel, just as like a casual come and hang out type deal, I think could be really fun. But anyways, that's getting off topic. Bane sounds like a Oath of Conquest or Oathbreaker paladin for me. Black Hand could be the Black Knight's Gauntlet. Maybe. Maybe. They're not actually being a follower bit, controlled by the Elder Brain. Oh, okay, I see. One hand to rule them all, yeah. Let's continue. When summoned, Bane had a dark and rather shadowy appearance with a resemblance of dark armor and his telltale jeweled dark gauntlet. He emanated an aura of vast power and cruel intelligence. Okay, so now I'm seeing where... And now I'm seeing where the kind of idea of making them a paladin could come in. Because again, if you want this like big, dark, heavily armored, like basically a Black Knight type character, I could see both interpretations working, and both are unique and interesting interpretations. I like the monk idea because it kind of flips the the kind of archetypes that each of the dead three in the game, that being Ketheric, Gortash, and Orin, kind of had. Because Orin was the kind of roguish monk type, but swapping that over to Gortash, who was more of a artificer, really. Artificer bard kind of deal. He was like the calculating, manipulative one, and then Ketheric was the full-on warlord. Kind of doing like a triangle shift of like moving all the archetypes around. Could be interesting. So, I can see paladin or monk. We'll have to decide. Either way, the build is being called the Black Hand. The Black Hand of Bane. So, Personality, Bane is a wholly malevolent and brutal deity, but distances himself from mere mortals, preferring to reign over his followers from afar. He savoured the terror he instilled in others and the hatred that formed in mortals' hearts, utilising the strife to gain greater control over the realms. He embodied the principles of ambition and control, and believed that the strong had not only the right, but the duty to rule over the weak. He favoured those with drive and courage, often leading those who sought to establish order or conquer new territories. While he was seen as a saviour in some regions, his teachings also led to dictatorships and the promotion of slavery. Aura of cruel intelligence could be the steeped in bliss thing. Maybe if we wanted to go for like a psychic damage thing. In which case, you got a couple of options there. We can do like psychic stuff with things like the Strange Conduit Ring, mixed with the concentration spells from Paladin, or you could go Open Hand Monk to get the psychic attacks on your unarmed strikes, in addition to the Force. And remember, all of these builds can use the psionic powers as well. That could make sense unless we're deliberately trying to usurp the current Dead 3, in which case you might not want to use the purple powers. There's a debate for either. Remember, Orin's champion is Minty, Gortash is his draw, and Gut was the third one. Yeah, maybe. I think I know what you mean. Perhaps you could do a super critical padlock? Maybe, something like that could work. Oh my god, my voice is already starting to go again. No, we push through. Abilities. Here we go, this is interesting. When confronted with a potential battle, Bane would possess an individual and force their body to take on a twisted and monstrous form with leathery black skin and powerful claws that could rend flesh and metal alike. He gained any powers they held in their life and protected his host from psionic control. That actually makes me think you need to reject the tadpole powers. Unlike other deities, Bane possessed no divine weapon, rather he favoured his own gauntleted right hand. He was sometimes accompanied by a fiendish raven called Corravis. Fiendish raven? Try and find familiar in there somewhere, maybe? Paladin can divine smite on a crit too. Yeah, true. Give them the Corvid token and make them Bane's raven. Yeah, that could also work. I really like Barbarian for Bane, or maybe an enchantment wizard to dominate others' minds. Yeah, that's the thing. I almost kind of feel like you could go for like a battlefield control manipulator type build, but there could also be an interesting way of doing it where you're more of a pure warrior, but we get a lot of the battlefield control spells from our items, which is again why I kind of lean towards Monk just a little bit, but we'll have to keep going. Relationships, yeah, we kind of know all this anyway, because I've looked at a lot of this before. I'm not too worried about this. Worshippers, this is something we can work on. Among the evil gods, Bane's church was among the most stable and powerful. While there was a time where the gods encouraged secretarism, whatever, and violent disputes, that time has long since passed, and today the gods faithful were as likely to solve their disputes through reasonable debate as through show of force. That being said, Bane's church was no less ruthless than that of Cyric or Shah, and obeyed a strict hierarchy extending from the god's most powerful worshippers to his weakest ones. With the god himself, the lord of everything that they did, through worshippers of Bane came to every station of life. They all knew to whom they owed their blessings, ready to turn over to the Black Lord at any time. Okay. You can see him as the Dark Philosopher King creating a divine... Oh, okay. Control Monk? Yeah, something like that, Eclipse. Monk, Cleric, Multiclass would allow for both. Yeah. Or we could go for, like, a Bard Monk. Or as I like to call it, a Badonk. Because... Sorry. Because you could get a lot of interesting control spells. You could get the psychic damage attacks from Open Hand. You get a few psychic things like Dissonant Whispers. You could go for either Law Bard or Valor Bard, depending on if you want more spells, or... because you could get something like Spirit Guardians or whatever. That could be fun. There's a few things you could... I could see a Bard Monk multi-class. I think that could be quite fun. Sorry, heathen. Sorry. Sorry, all. Paladin with a level and Monk to flurry of blows twice per short rest would be interesting. Maybe, yeah. Eldritch Knight Monk would also work. Sorcerer Monk or Battlemaster Wizard. Yeah, there's a ton of different things. I definitely think we want to mix some kind of martial fighting with spellcasting here to, like, get that kind of, like, control warrior type build. Because, again, there's a lot of items that would give us those high-level control spells, like Dominate Person, Telekinesis, Fear, Command. There's a ton of different ways it can be done. Warlock Monk. Warlock Monk could also be fun. It's one of my favorite kind of underrated multi-classes. You could go for Great Old One plus Open Hand Monk for, like, for your psychic stuff. Hey, Reaper, good to have you here. Bard Monk just relies on so many ability scores. Yeah, that's the only issue. Is that you would have to somehow get Wisdom and Charisma. And if we're going Monk, we don't really want to use the Gloves of Dexterity. We definitely want to use Gortash's Gauntlet, for sure. So, it's a bit tricky to do. Maybe instead of Bard, then, Knowledge Cleric. Knowledge Cleric gets a lot of the same stuff. That could also work. I love how the wiki has a quote from RTF. Yeah. Banite customs were obviously quite Spartan in nature, and the god's followers celebrated no holidays in honor of their god, instead showing their gratitude to him through service, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Priests of Bane prayed for their spells at midnight, pledging their eternal loyalty and service to the Black Hand, knowing full well that the penalty for failure and disloyalty was death. These clerics could be recognized by a black enamel gauntlet worn on one fist. They're able to cast spells against undead, such as a flare of greenish phosphorescence, which... Okay. This is like his history. I want to look at his, like, abilities. That's what I kind of want to look for. There's nothing specific. But I've got a pretty damn good idea of Bane already. So I'm definitely thinking some mix of martial fighting and spellcasting, so a Gish character. Yes, I'm going into my favorite archetype immediately, but I do think it just makes sense. Like, again, if you're... Like, the whole thing with Gortash, right? And this is kind of the interesting dynamic. The whole thing with Gortash was, yes, he was a follower of Bane. Yes, he was amazing at manipulating and controlling others, but that was also his downfall, was the fact that he relied on others in order to get his way. His downfall came at the hand of Karlach, who was someone he used and then disposed of, not realizing that that would come back to bite him later. I will think this new Chosen of Bane would not make the same mistake, and would actually make sure that this new Chosen is while still able to do social manipulation and control, would also be able to actually, you know, assure complete dominance over someone, both mentally and physically. You know what? I'm gonna rephrase that. They're good at fighting. Oh, no. Trickery Cleric Shadow Monk? Ooh. I kinda like that. I do kinda like that. Yeah, exactly. Maybe if we kind of look at it from that lore perspective, there's a reason that Gortash didn't get that transformation, is because he wasn't, you know, a proper suitor for Bane's Chosen in that sense. I mean, like, like, reading this page and getting a better understanding of Bane, Gortash didn't fit some of the mark, which is interesting to me. Gish build, let's go. Maybe an evil Karlach build who usurps him? Wild Heart Barbarian Fiend Warlock? Could be a thing. Yeah, Gish builds are usually a favorite. They're a favorite of mine. But let's actually look at some classes and subclasses that we think could potentially work for this. So my two big contenders for the main class are Paladin and Monk. 1 second. There we go. Because Paladin, again, it gives you that idea of, like, this big, armored Black Knight type character who can wield the right hand gauntlet and just strike with a lot of power. There's so many options. So, Oathbreaker Shadow Monk could be fun. Well, let's have a look at the spell lists that each Paladin gets. Let me just give myself a reminder. It's actually been a while since I've looked at the wiki. We get, obviously, Divine Smite, we get a Fighting Style, that's all well and good. First round of spells and abilities. Well, there's the Bane spell. kind of fits already. Hunter's Mark, Vow of Enmity, Abjure Enemy. Abjure Enemy lets you get the, lets you frighten enemies, which makes sense. That's a bit of that psychic control. Bane, obviously, the Bane spell just makes sense thematically. Hunter's Mark, I do think, can kind of work, but it's kind of iffy. Vow of Enmity, always good. Extra attack, obviously. You would get Hold Person and Misty Step. Hold Person feels pretty cool for this build. I'm not gonna lie. Relentless Avenger. You get Haste and Protection of Energy. We'd get Aura of Courage. That feels somewhat fitting. I don't know. I feel like there's some stuff there that does make sense. Aura of Hate really fits. Yeah, Aura of Hate from Oathbreaker does also work. But I don't really agree with going Oathbreaker for Bane. Because if you start going into like this undead related stuff, that feels closer to Myrkul. And I feel like we don't want to cross the streams too much here. Yeah, Oathbreaker can buff undead. Yes, but again, that's more Myrkul's deal. Trying to stay away from the undead stuff here. Don't get me wrong, I like Crown of Madness. But we can get those spells in other ways. Conquest Paladin would have been perfect. I know, right? Yeah, it's a mod. Trying to keep this vanilla. Maybe I can return to these builds one day with mods when we get like official, like the official classes on like console and such, but not quite yet. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, because you get Dreadful Aspect, which is a very underrated ability for sure. Yeah, I get what you mean, Mike. I get it. Dreadful Aspect with the Emperor Gloves? Yeah, something like that, maybe. Instill Fear for Free Bless, yeah. Kind of looking here. But then it's like, what do we combine it with? To be honest, I could almost see a Bardadin. Again, I know I always kind of default to Bard, but think about it this way. Bard would give us a lot of options. It could allow us to do charisma-based stuff if we wanted to. Let's say we do a 5. Let's say we go Oath of Vengeance 5, something Bard 7. Just as an example. You could go for College of Law, getting Cutting Words, which would feel very, very fitting. Also gaining Magical Secret to level 6, which could get you things like Eldritch Blast, Bone Chill, Command. There's stuff there. What else do we get? We get the level 3 spells. We could get access to things like Counterspell, Haste, Slow, Spirit Guardians. There is a ton of cool stuff here you could do. Can Bane sing? I don't know, maybe. Bard does. That's the thing. We want a high. We did kind of want a high charisma character, do we? Because let's see. The reason we would mainly be going with Monk, just kind of to go off on this tangent for a minute. The main reason we'd be going with Monk is to make use of Gortash's equipment, which is the robes, the gauntlets, all of that sort of thing. But the problem is we're not trying to make Gortash. We're trying to make a Chosen of Bane. There is a difference, as you all already know. So, for example, let's just have a look at some equipment here. Not really any weapons in particular, but for items, obviously the clothing. Let's have a quick look at that. Just going to have a look at Gortash's robes while we're here. Wherever they... Oh, where are they? Gortash's robes. Are they at the top? Yeah, the Cloth of Authority. Making it so you can't be frightened, and you have advantage on intimidation and insight checks. Honestly, I could leave that. For the handwear, though, which is obviously the black hand, you know, this is quite important. Maybe, in fact, this is something we should look at. What we're going to be using here for gauntlets. So there is the... Where is Gortash's gauntlets? Where is it? Gauntlets of the Tyrant. It gives you access to a 1d4 force damage on your unarmed strikes. You get a +1 bonus to your spell save DC. And you can cast Command at level 3. Again... I could take it or leave it. Looking at the gauntlets here, there's a few that stand out that some of you have already pointed out. Let's have a look, I almost like the gloves of the automaton, but I don't think we'll go that route. There is... Where was it? The Cerebral Citadel gloves immediately come to mind. Charm or frighten a creature to gain a 1d4 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws, plus a +1 bonus to your strength saving throws as well. They are pretty cool looking gloves. Could work for what we're trying to do. The Salty Scimitar would work great on this build. Maybe. The only thing Gortash excels at is picking outfits that don't fit him. The Blackguard armor set might be worth considering. Yeah. So you have also the Blackguard set, which has literally got black in the name. So, I mean, there's something there. I believe they're down here in the... Yes, the medium armor section. So the Blackguard gauntlets, just as an example, would give you attack rolls +1 and inflict wounds as a level 4 spell. Probably wouldn't go for the gloves here. But for the armor, if we go down to the Blackguard's plate, base 19 AC. All incoming damage is reduced by 1, and you gain advantage on wisdom saving throws. That feels pretty on point for a build like this, and this could very easily be coloured in like a menacing black. For sure. Another thing that Gortash needs is a better hairdo. The Banshee bow buff is not just for the bow. Give me 1 second. Have I spelled that right? Bow of the Banshee, that's why I didn't come up. On hit, possibly inflict frightened. Gain a 1d4 bonus to attack and damage against frightened creatures. Loot or bought from Corsair Agreement on the boot to Forge. Why, so all the wielder's weapons, not just the short bow itself. Okay. So maybe we are looking at a control through fear type build here. Focusing explicitly on the frightened condition. Which then I think does lead us more down the Paladin route. Blackguard is related to Bhaal, though. Yeah, but I think we're just talking about the look and the aesthetic there. Ooh. If inflict wound is a devastating attack with your right hand, just saying. Maybe. Great Old One crit padlock? Maybe. I kind of like that, actually. Because then we could go fully charisma-based with Pact of the Blade as well. Focusing on the frightened condition, gaining frightened with the crit. Yeah, maybe. Oathbreaker, Goo, Padlock. Everyone's saying Goo Lock, use Lawbard. For fear and the like with the Bound of the Mystic Scoundrel. Yes, Bound of the Mystic Scoundrel could also be really good on this build. Can you crit with unarmed attacks? Yeah, you can. Supercritical Padlock. I'm seeing a lot of people are into the Padlock idea. And to be honest, so am I. I don't think I've done a proper Padlock build since... What was it? The Ronin or Samurai? The Dark Samurai, was it? Which was a long time ago. Lawbard, Oathbreaker, Bone Spike Helm. The Bone Spike Helm would be really good, giving us access to menacing attack. Oh, yes. You left to grab a drink. What'd you miss? You missed some cooking. That's what you missed. The relentless attack from Barbarian would make crits from Gulok more reliable. Yes, but with Vengeance Paladin, you can get Vow of Enmity, which would give you advantage on all attacks. Same as Reckless Attack, more likely to crit. Oh, I'm feeling Vengeance, Great Old One. It's a Black Knight type character, yeah. What if you had the Mystic class? Hi, Micah. I'm going to keep the Deity Builds vanilla just because the Deity Build series has always been vanilla. But I am going to do a dedicated Mystic video very soon. Yes, Vow of Enmity has still not been patched, so you can just use it like you've always been able to. You liking what you're hearing here? I wonder if that's because you got Eldritch in your name, Sean. Is that a non-honor build? I don't know. I don't make all of my builds with honor mode in mind, just because I think... I don't know. I mean, I could, but that gets more into the power buildy side of things, which I'm not always into. This is power buildy, but it's power buildy in a way that makes sense for the character, again, focusing on the frightened condition. Hi, Luis. Good to have you here. Killer Sweetheart will help a lot with getting those vital crits. Yes, because you can guarantee one. Any Paladin build should have Killer Sweetheart. That is my personal opinion. Yeah. Oh, there's so many different ways you could do it. Look. Form of Dread, Gaze of Dread, Immolating Gaze. That's from the Helldusk Helmet. Yeah, Menacing Attack we could get. Wrathful Smite as well. We'd get the Psychic Smite as well from Paladin. Oh, man. Okay. I'm pretty happy for the classes here to lock in Padlock. Paladin, Warlock. I am pretty happy to lock that in. I think Oath of Vengeance for all of this, Goo Warlock for everything that gives us. The critical hit Frightened, Dissonant Whispers, Tasha's Hideous Laughter, Phantasmal Force, Slow. I'm pretty happy to lock that in. The only question from then on out is figuring out the level ratios. What levels do we want in what? Compelling Duel, Fear, Lockdown? Yes, Sim. You see the vision. Yes. I think it's an interesting case, because again, it's kind of taking what Ketheric had going a little bit and putting it onto Bane. I think it kind of works. Yeah, you have to do Pact of the Blade if you're going with this, I think. Which build is this? This is Bane, Louise. Hi, Ilya. Good to have you here. You don't really need Pact of the Blade, no, but if we want to go for charisma-based attacks, so we can have the highest amount of charisma possible, in order to make it so all of our control spells are more likely to go off, Pact of the Blade does work. If you go with Pact of the Blade on Tactician and lower, you gain the 3 attacks, which is great. But you don't need it. Which I would say in the build, hey, if you don't want to take Pact of the Blade and you're willing to spread your stats out a bit more, then go for, Pact of the Tome, for Vicious Mockery and Guidance, which are both really good. Eventually Haste as well. Or Pact of the Chain, which could have some uses, I'm sure. Can't think of them off the top of my head. Maybe advantage on your attacks through flanking, perhaps. Ketheric's Shield boosts spell save DC. That is true, yes. Is this the first one? Yes, it is. Yeah, Aura of Protection I could definitely see, for sure. You could take a level of Monk with this too, if you really wanted to. I would argue that you could mix Monk with a Dread Ambusher. Hi, Zachary. Yeah, maybe. I've done that before for other builds. These new Dead 3 work together and build each other up instead of pulling against each other. Yes, a more united effort, and I think that is the difference. So the question is, again, the level ratios here. I would say level 5 is the lowest we're going to be going with Paladin. I think we're going to get extra attack from that, whatever. Aura of Protection, again, would be really good here. It would help with saving throws so that we don't fall victim to our opponents' frightened spells and all that sort of thing. Compel, Fear, Spirit Guardian could also be cool. Haste at level 9 of Paladin, yes, but we could get Haste from Warlock as well if we decide we really want that. But here's the problem with Haste, right? It's going to take up our concentration slot, and I don't really like Haste on this build, because the thing is we want to be concentrating on our things that are going to be inflicting fear and such like that. What if you had Dominate and Wave of Fear? Wave of Fear? I know Dominate Person, but I don't know Wave of Fear. And you could use Aura of Hate. Yeah, okay, so there's also the argument for Oathbreaker, which will give you Dreadful Aspect, I should say, which allows you to kind of create an aura of fear. Then there's also Crown of Madness and Darkness, and then Aura of Hate to add your charisma to the thing. I like that. That is the power ability option, but I've done that build before. Whereas if I go with Vengeance, it's a bit different. And I think Vengeance gets more, but I actually like. And I know that's weird to say. I like Abjure Enemy. I like Vow of Enmity. I like getting Bane because I feel like you just kind of have to, right? Hold Person and Misty Step are both really good. Relentless Avenger, take it or leave it. I would say elite level 6 of Pally. One Cleric of Bane with mod. Again, not trying to use mods here. Oh, you mean, Yeah, I know what you mean. For whether or not to use Oathbreaker, we need to figure out Myrkul. Yeah. I'm going to try not to repeat classes if I can help it, but that might have to be a thing. We don't know yet. Champion Fighter, doesn't that synergize with Gulok and Pally Smites? Yes, but then we have to go 3 levels into Fighter. I wouldn't mind having a starting level in Fighter to give us the Constitution saving throw proficiency, as well as basically having 2 fighting styles, which could be really nice. Hello, Leo. Yeah, I can see what you're saying, Ilya. I can see what you're saying. Myrkul could be an undead druid. Maybe. Well, let's figure that out when we get to it. Yeah, I could see a level of fighter here just to get a bunch of stuff from that. Yeah, because if we go in monk... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much we get out of a 1-level dip into something else. Fighter 1, Pally 6, Warlock 5. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking along the lines of. But again, let's not jump ahead to Myrkul and Bhaal yet. Very funny, Mine. Very funny. Cleric 1 for Inflict Wounds. Yeah, but that uses our Wisdom. I mean, if we really wanted Inflict Wounds that badly, then we go with Oathbreaker. Because Oathbreaker would give us Inflict Wounds and Dreadful Aspect. Which, again, that could work. We'd also get Crown of Madness and Darkness. But again, I don't know how well those two kind of fit. I mean, Madness is less control, it's more chaos. And Darkness is, like, again, more the power buildy option, right? The main thing from Oathbreaker, in my opinion, would be Aura of Hate, but that requires us to go to level 7, and we have to ask ourselves if that's something that we really want to do. I personally think Oath of Vengeance gives us a little bit more. Yeah, there's also the ability to use Enlarge that we could probably get from somewhere. You'd get 1 extra spell slot by dipping into Bard. Yeah. So maybe there's a room for, like, that instead of Fighter. Maybe there's a dip of Bard in here. Doing that would get us access to Vicious Mockery, a nice psychic damage cantrip that we could use whenever we want. It would also give us access to the Friends cantrip, which is something that I feel like somebody like this would absolutely have. Then we get Fairy Fire, Sleep, Longstrider. Those could all be really useful. True, Ilya, true. Dwagar works really well for this build. Yes, exactly, because you get enlarged visibility. You get a lot of fun stuff. It is tricky. I like the idea of focusing on the frightened condition. I think we've definitely locked in a Paladin Gulok mix. It's just figuring out the exact levels in the subclasses. So to be honest, maybe because I'm going to be indecisive on this, and I know there's going to be a bit of back and forth in the community here, how about we put it to a vote? I'll set up a straw poll really quickly between Oath of Vengeance and Oathbreaker, and you guys can decide just that way. Because we do straw polls on these streams quite a lot, so maybe that is what we do. Shall we do a straw poll? Shall we do a straw poll? I'm not moving on to Myrkul until we finish this. I'm doing it in order. Yeah. Here we go. Which subclass for? First option is Vengeance, and the other is Oathbreaker. Here we go. Let's create the poll. And I'm going to share it. Copy. I'm going to paste it in the chat. There you go. So feel free to go ahead and vote on the poll for Vengeance or Oathbreaker. Right, 2 for Vengeance. 6 for Vengeance immediately. Oathbreaker currently has 1. Vengeance is definitely moving its way up, but Oathbreaker still has a chance to catch up. How worthwhile is Magic Initiate in these builds, by the way? Magic Initiate, at least to me in Baldur's Gate 3, is a little bit of a trap. I don't like the fact that our first level spell is limited to once per long rest. I wish you could still cast it if you have the spell slots after the fact. But I think the cantrips can be quite valuable. I would say a rogue would love Magic Initiate's cleric for guidance and such like that. Any charisma-based caster could deal with any of the Magic Initiates from there. Like, there's a few. I just don't know. For the cost of one of your 3 feats in the game, if we're just looking at vanilla, Magic Initiate feels better as a feat that in tabletop you can take at level 1 if you're running something like Variant Human Custom Lineage, or like for new 2024 rules. I don't like Magic Initiate at later levels, personally. This is just personal opinion. I might be completely wrong. Well, I mean... You can't vote from your phone? Oh, sorry. I get what you guys are saying, but again, I personally do think I like Vengeance a little bit more here. But then again, the thing is that Oathbreaker is an option. This is just for the video. If you want to change it when you play it, then change it when you play it. So it looks like Vengeance is the pretty clear winner here. So I'm going to say we are going with Vengeance Paladin. The only question is if we're doing a 1-level dip into something else or not. So let's see. So we got Vengeance Paladin, Goo Warlock. It's just, again, the exact level ratio, so... Typing this in. So let's see. Get all of this stuff. So it's just basically if we want to take a 1-level dip into something, or if we just want to go for either a 6-6 or 5-7 split. Why does Bane look like an orc in god form when the wiki says he's human? Because Bane possesses people. When he comes down and has an avatar, he is possessing someone. So it could be that in this image, he is depicted as possessing an orc. If only you streamed on Twitch. I don't like Twitch as a website. I just don't. And why would I tell all my audience to go to Twitch as a website when everyone's here on YouTube? There's quite a few Banite half-orcs in-game. Yeah, that's also true. That is also true, Kindle. I do agree. So, you know what? Maybe just to keep it simple, I would probably say you're going to be playing... The question is, what is the level ratio? Half-orc also works well with crits. I actually do... That is true. So maybe this is a half-orc build as well. It also looks like Malekith. Yeah! I like that comparison, actually. So I would say, I like Aura of Protection. I also like the stuff we get at 7th level of Warlock. Because at 7th level of Warlock, you could grab another Eldritch Invocation. And you can also grab a Dreadful Word, which could give us Confusion. We get things like Banishment, Blight, Dimension Door, if we wanted. And then for a Great Old One, we'd get Black Tentacles and Dominate Beast. Maybe not all of that is very on theme here. But we do get 4th level spell slots, which For a Paladin, that is our highest level spell slot that would work with Divine Smite, recovering every short rest. I kind of like level 7 of Warlock here. Level 6 would give us Entropic Ward from Great Old One, which allows us to impose disadvantage on an attack roll against us, and if the attack misses, we gain advantage on the next attack roll. So it's another way of getting advantage, basically. Kind of fits into that manipulation and control aspect as well. I like 7th level of Warlock, but I could also see going to 6th level of Paladin for Aura of Protection. It's basically deciding if we want Aura of Protection or not. If we don't, then we just go to level 7 of Warlock. If we do, then it's a 6-6 split. That's the thing, we're going to get things like we're going to get Fear, Counterspell, Hypnotic Pattern. We're going to get Slow and Bestow Curse. Slow is so good. Yeah, and if we go back to the Tome, we can get, like, Haste. You can get back to the Blade for extra attack. There's so many things. I personally like Warlock 7. Warlock 7 will give a lot. Will just give a lot more. I agree. Or of course, but then again, as is said, as has just been said, Aura of Protection does let us keep concentration up a lot easier. I see what you're going for there, Mike, but I do think there's a lot more stuff to get for this build that's thematic from going 7. Aura of Protection would be really good for the saving throws. For concentration. Especially since we don't have con save proficiency unless we take, like, Warcaster or something. Or Resilient. If we go with Dwagar, we could use the Dwarf Armor. That is true. I'll have to see. But I'm kind of leaning into Half Orc at the moment, just again for that big, armored, like, kind of Black Hand type deal. Like, again, a Black Knight, in a way. I mean, I'm feeling Warlock 7 still. I feel like I can bump up our Constitution enough that I don't know if... To be honest, if I really was going power buildy with this, I would say, hey, just pick up the Amulet of Greater Constitution in Act 3. Then we've got a massive amount of Constitution, advantage on Constitution saving throws, and we can put our points into other stuff. Giving you more freedom if you don't want to take Pact to the Blade. I think I would like a 5-7 split. 7 Warlock, 5 Paladin. And I think I'm going to lock that in, because the more I think about it, I do think the Amulet of Constitution, if we're going to put it on one of these 3 builds, I think it makes sense to put it on this one, because I think this one is going to be the most concentration heavy of the 3, most likely. Yeah, I see what you're meaning, Mike. Yeah, again, there are multiple ways to build this character. And I think I can explore those options when I talk about it in the video. Savarok's helmet could go well, because again, it reduces the critical hit threshold and all that. But there's also things like getting menacing attack from the Bone Spike helmet. Again, this is one of those builds where I think I will just have a ton of different options, and people can kind of choose what they like more. Yeah, I know what you're saying, there, but I don't know, it's tricky. I want to give people the ability to either choose Pact to the Blade if they want to go more charisma focused, or Pact to the Tome if they want to have some more spell casting. I want there to be options. Eleanor, 5-7 sounds the best thematically. Are we not going to use potions? That is, again, an option. What do we get from Warlock 7 again? We'd get another Invocation. We'd get level 4 spell slots, which is again the highest that Divine Smite can scale. Back on a short rest, which is really nice. And we'd get something like Banishment, Blight, and like a few other control spells. There's a lot of things we get from level 7. I think I'm going to lock that in just for the sake that we've been here for 40 minutes and we haven't even got to the equipment yet. I'm going to say a 5-7 split. There we go. 4-8 could also work for the extra feat if you don't care about getting the extra attack from Paladin, if you're not like doing the stacking extra attack thing. It all works. Again, there's a ton of options here. Isn't there an invocation that gives us advantage on concentration? Not to my knowledge. No. Then there might be in tabletop, but not here. 1 second. Apologies. I am back. Do the stacking attacks still work outside of honor mode? Yes, they do. Eldritch Mind is added by the Hexblade mod. Yeah, that might have been where the confusion lies. And again, there's an opportunity to revisit this with mods in the future. But I am moving on from the classes now. Let's look at the equipment. Already, the Bow of the Banshee makes way too much sense. We don't even need to use the bloody thing. We just need to have it on and possibly inflict frightened with all of our attacks. Absolutely slapping this on the build. No reason not to. That is going straight here. Boom. Next up, looking at our main melee weapon. We've got a few options. You would say the Gauntlets of Frost Giant Strength? Maybe, but I'm also liking the Cerebral Citadel Gloves, because frightening creatures will give us a bonus to saving throws, which is basically Bless, which will kind of help us with concentration saves. Boss's Silver Sword for the extra smite. That is an option. Let's have a look at it. Boss's Silver Sword deals psychic damage, grants a 1d4 bonus to damage and attack rolls against Githyanki, Aberrations, Fiends, and Elementals, and gives you access to a usage of Wrathful Smite once per long rest. Definitely an option. I'll bank that one. There's also Sword of the Emperor. The weapon deals an additional 1d4 damage against shapeshifters, polymorph creatures. The weapon deals +2 damage to saving throws against spells. Maybe not. Duke Ravenguard's Longsword, +2 charisma. Whenever you kill an enemy, you gain allies within a certain distance of you gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. And you also get Commander's Strike. That feels very on theme for the build. Duelist Prerogative. That is also a potential option. Let's have a look at that. Now it's in the rapier category. Duelist's Prerogative. It deals an extra 1d4 necrotic damage, you get challenged to a duel, you get the extra reaction, you get the bonus to crit, you get all the good stuff. You also get the bonus action attack from Duelist Enthusiasm. There's a lot to love here. That is another potential option. Blade of Oppressed Souls, yep, that is another longsword option that could work. Let me just find that very quickly. Yeah, Blade of Oppressed Souls. It deals an extra bit of psychic damage, gives you Crowning Smite to possibly inflict Crown of Madness. There's an option there. I'm going to put that there. I would also argue the Blackguard Sword could also be an option. Deals extra necrotic damage, and on a hit infused with one of your smites, the target must succeed a con save or become dazed. Dazed is a very, very awesome condition, giving them disadvantage on wisdom saving throws, cannot take reactions, and loses the dex bonus to an armor class. That disadvantage on wisdom saving throws can be great for a lot of our spells that inflict frightened and other mind control conditions. I'm just saying, yeah, I have a feeling we like long swords. Yes, because there's a lot of options here that make sense. A lot of options. Yeah, does the Blackguard Sword have a smite feature? Yeah, it does. Just looked at it. So there's definitely something there, I think. But then there's also options like if we went down the Greatsword route, perhaps. I don't know. The psychic stuff only really works if you're a Githyanki, so maybe not. Maybe not great swords. Oh, I just closed that. That's fine. There's a lot of options here. I don't know if there's any that I've not immediately thought of. But I quite like the options that we have here. What deity is this for? Bane? Yes, Bob, this is for Bane. We're focusing on control a bit. I like all of these in some shape or form. I think all of them add to what we're going for with the build. I will say that for the duelist prerogative, though, this is the only thing I will say. This feels more geared towards if you want to focus on just the crit thing. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a powerful option. But for the theme of the build, overall, I like the other options that we have slightly more. How do you get Voss's Silver Sword? You can kill him during his visit to the camp in Act 1. So you can get it in Act 1. You can pickpocket it from Voss or loot him if he is in Shress's Caress. You can get it from the lower city sewers if he's there. And at the end of Act 3, you can get it from him. So the earliest you can get it is Act 1, actually. Which could be a very nice start to the build. Otherwise, you get it in Act 3. The Baneful as an early option. Which one's the Baneful again, Eleanor? Do you remind me? Thanks, actually, I'll just... Oh, I know the one. It's a short sword, isn't it? Yes, it's a short sword. I remember now. Which, on a hit, you could possibly Bane the target. Gotten from Blurg. We all love Blurg. +1 bonus into attack rolls, possibly inflicts Bane on a target. Yep, that's a really good early game option. I would say that is the early game option. I'm going to put that in the build as the early game option. Then, thank you for that. There's also the Mountain Pass one. Yeah. Makes sense for the Silver Sword if you kill Voss. Don't you lose out on the Gift Legendary Sword if he dies during Act 3? Yes, but I don't really care about that sword here. Could use Harold as an early game crossbow. Well, how early is the Bow of the Banshee again? Was that a short bow, was it? Bow of the Banshee. I'm pretty sure this is early game as well, isn't it? Yeah, it's in Grimforge, so we don't need an early game option for that. The Baneful would really like Pact of the Blade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Voss's Silver Sword, I think, makes a lot of sense. But I also really... Okay, so think about it this way, right? If we're looking at the difference between the Blackguard Sword and Voss's Silver Sword, Voss's Silver Sword gives us Wrathful Smite once per long rest. Cool. Okay. Also gives us a D4 psychic damage. Cool. Okay. But with the Blackguard Sword, we already have Wrathful Smite thanks to our levels of Paladin. With that, this will make our Wrathful Smites more powerful by possibly inflicting Dazed. Dazed gives disadvantage on Wisdom saves, which means that all of our other spells are more likely to succeed, because a lot of them are Wisdom saving throws. Plus, this one still gets an extra D4 of damage, that being Necrotic, meaning that we are spreading out our damage a bit more for resistance and immunity, because again, things like Steel Watchers are immune to psychic damage. Then we throw on the Strange Conduit Ring, because we're going to be constantly concentrating, and still get that psychic damage on attacks anyway. Pact of the Tome can work. Again, there's a lot of freedom with this build, which I really like. But I'm actually leaning slightly more towards the Blackguard Sword. If you use the Sleep Steeped in Bliss buff, then you don't need for Dazed condition. Yeah, so that could also be an argument for the other one. For the early game, there's the Gloves of Power for possibly causing Bane on hits. Yeah, exactly. There's a bunch of different ways we can do it. No, so the Voss's Silver Sword, it just casts a spell. The spell still requires concentration, even if you use it from the sword. Not gonna lie, Super Smites with the Blackguard Sword will be very, very strong. Yeah, exactly. The other one that I really like here is Duke Ravengard's Sword. It's only a +1 long sword, but getting a +2 to our Charisma for free is really nice. As well as getting Commander's Strike once per short rest feels very, very on theme for this build. Especially if we're designing this build with the idea that it's going to work with the rest of the Dead 3 builds. Duke Ravengard's Sword is painfully hard to get. If you're not being evil. If we're being evil, then who cares? I mean, there's this way of getting it. But again, if we're breaking into Gortash's prison because we're trying to take Gortash down, then it just makes sense to just get the sword from him then. Commander Strike is a bonus action, making it viable. Yes, exactly. And it's once per short rest, and we're a Warlock, we're going to be short resting a lot. Personally, I think all of these options are valid. And I'm half tempted to just say, pick your favorite here. Here is a list of weapons that will all work really well for this build. In fact, yeah, why am I debating it? Let's just put them all on here. Like, why not, right? It's a build video. I can just go over the other options. Screw it. Yeah. I'm just going to put them all on. I don't know why I'm having this massive debate when I could just say, screw it, take your favorite. I'm going to put them all on. I'm overthinking that way too hard. Boom shakala. There you go. They all fit too well. Exactly. Dual wielding? Maybe. Could be a fun way of going about it as well. Seems fitting killing Raven Guard for power? Yes, exactly, Isra. Yeah, no, I'm just going to take all of them. I think that makes the most sense to me, at least. Just grab them all. Now, I quite like the Cerebral Citadel gloves. We've kind of already gone over this. But let's see. Let's look at armor really quickly. Definitely seeing this as being a heavy armor build, but there could be something good in the medium armor district. But I'm thinking heavy. Hey, Knave. Thanks for coming in. Sorry for the potential spoilers. Why Blackguard Sword and Duke Raven Guards? Blackguard Sword for making all of our smites way more powerful, including Wrathful Smite, and inflicting disadvantage on wisdom saves with the Dazed condition, because that's what the Blackguard Sword does, which can make all of our other fear-inducing spells more powerful. And then Duke Raven Guard Sword for being kind of like a controller and commander, and giving us more charisma. Have fun, Nate. Heavy armor does sound best. Yeah, I agree. So, what would work here? Well, as somebody just suggested, the Emblazoned Plate of the Marshal could be good. Yeah, exactly. Armor of Persistence, always a good choice. Not sure if there's anything that gives us slightly more thematic things. There's the Cerebral Citadel armor, which leans more into the kind of mind flayery side of things. I'm not too into that, and I'll get into why a bit later. Armor of Devotion would give us an additional Channel Oath charge, which could be great for, using Abjure Enemy or Vow of Enmity. That could actually be pretty damn good. I kind of like the Armor of Devotion here. Yeah, I don't like recommending the Helldusk armor for my builds, because you get that from beating Raphael. At that point, the game is pretty much over. Yeah, you could go for Spell Sniper or Savage Attacker for your feet if you want. There's a lot of room to kind of experiment with this build. I mean, is there something from the medium armor kind of area that might be good here thematically? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything here that really fits the theme. I think I just want big metal heavy armor that I can color black to make the Black Hand. For the Amulet, the Spectator's Eyes, yes, that, or the Amulet of Greater Constitution, which I guess could be an early, then late game thing. Yeah, I could definitely see that, yeah. I can see what you're talking about there earlier, for sure. You can still get Raph's armor in Act 1 if you really try. Yeah, but... Amulet needs to be the Surgeon Amulet from the House of Healing, can paralyze on a crit. Honestly, we leaned away from the crit build thing, I think, a little while ago, to focus more on some of the other stuff. Don't get me wrong, we still do really well on a crit, and we could use the Killer's Sweetheart to guarantee a crit. But I've never liked the Surgeon's Amulet, because I think it only works once per long rest, which is a bit meh for me personally. Give crit to Ball. Yeah, that's actually a good thing, Ben. I would say Ball probably wants to be the crit build more than this build. Hell Dust just to show off your status. Hey, CBD, good to have you here. I personally like the Armor of Devotion, just for that extra channel overcharge that could come in handy. I like that. Also, it's a mid-game armor, which feels kind of nice. And it looks pretty awesome. You're alright, just woke up? Yeah, time zones, eh? What about the Hell Gloom armor? Let's have a look at it. The so the Flawed Helldusk armor is what you're referring to. Hell Gloom, it was its early access name. The Flawed Helldusk armor would allow you to take 1 less piercing damage, and also hit foes with a bit of fire damage if they hit you. Could work. I don't know. Extra channel offers for the lower paladin levels as compensation. Yeah. The only other potential thing could be the Dwarven Splint Mail if we want more Constitution. I'm not a fan of the way this armor looks on tool races, personally. But Dammon has to be alive? Yeah, and I don't think our Ball character is going to let the Druid's Grove survive. I'm just saying. So I would say probably Flawed Helldusk is off the table. You can regain a charge. It doesn't give you an extra charge. But you can still regain a charge. I don't know. There's a lot of different options here. I kind of almost like just going... I almost like the Adamantine armor. Simply because it's like a status thing. It's also kind of interesting. It reduces all damage against a Spike 2. We can inflict the Reeling condition, which will make it so we're less likely to be hit. And nobody can land critical hits against us. Adamantine could work kind of well. Color it black, and it will look really nice. Armor of Agility is also good. Armor of Persistence, though, obviously, is always a really, really nice armor as well. But do you guys remember when I talked about in a previous stream where I think the Armor of Agility looks a bit too smooth? Or the Armor of Persistence, sorry. Looks a bit too smooth. I don't know why. Like, it doesn't feel as big and bulky enough for someone who's meant to be like a giant imposing figure. Yes, Hyper, you kind of get the idea. You can flavor the Reeling like enemies being afraid of you. Yes, I actually agree with that. To be honest, I actually think the Adamantine Split armor fits way more. Because again, with a little bit of reflavoring on the Reeling condition, again, flavoring it as another aspect of fear. Ooh, actually. Yeah, Chloe, I know what you're talking about. Well, no, this is the Armor of Persistence, not the Armor of Agility. Sorry, I keep getting those two mixed up. The only thing is the Adamantine doesn't die well. Well, actually, that's not so much the case anymore. While these builds are still mechanically vanilla, everyone now has access to the Faerunian Colors mod, which adds a ton of dye that work way better with the Adamantine set. Yeah. Adamantine armor with arcane synergy looks cool. No, it stays blue. It can change about though. It can. I've done it before. That's true, yeah. Honestly, I'll go with that for now. Because I think it does have a lot of thematic synergy with what we're trying to do here. But I'll put a then/or on the Armor of Persistence. Like, if you want to take the Armor of Persistence later, you can. I kind of like having that bit of freedom. And I think for armor, that's pretty good. The mask dye from Faerunian Colors is your favorite? Yeah. Can make this look almost pitch black? Yes, exactly, yeah. Blue cracks in the armor match with the glowing weapon. Yes, that is also pretty cool. Right, question is, do we want a shield on this build? Do we want a shield? It depends on whether we want to go with great weapon fighting or dueling. It's also an earlier armor to acquire. Yeah, exactly. Goth Yankee build. I've technically already done that. The Vlakiv Deity build was very gothic. Shield of the Undevout. Oh, yes! Yes, you are entirely correct. Because that will give us access to an additional level 1 spell slot. Great for Paladin. And also, your foes have disadvantage on saving throws that resist to spells or actions or that inflict fear. Literally perfect. Yep. I think this is basically a requirement. Bing bang bosh, it's on the build. It is on the build. I think that's basically a requirement to grab, yeah. Don't need a shield up until Act 3. Any other shield will work in the meantime. But this is definitely one to grab. Yeah, well done. Leaning into that fear aspect. Absolutely, I totally forgot about that one. Well done, guys. Right, headwear, cloaks, handwear, footwear, and amulets and rings. Again, probably going to go with the Cerebral Citadel gloves, but we'll figure that out in a minute. So, first up, headwear. There's a few that come to mind immediately. First off, if we scroll down here, Diadem of Arcane Synergy is an option. Gibbous of the Worshipful Servant, also an option. The Bone Spike Helmet. The Helldusk Helm. Where is it? Helmet of Arcane Acuity. There's also the Savarok's Horn Helmet. And I think that's about it. All of these work really well. Gibbous is more Bhaal's territory, yes, but that advantage on concentration saves, pretty nice. So there's the Gibbous of the Worshipful Servant. If we think that's more down the route of Bhaal, then we can skip that one. Diadem of Arcane Synergy, very obvious. We're going to be inflicting conditions pretty much constantly. This is going to make our weapon attacks more powerful. It could also just be the early game option. The Bone Spike Helmet would give us access to a +2 to Intimidation and Menacing Attack with no restrictions on its use, being able to possibly inflict fear on every attack that we do, as well as dealing an extra, I believe this one version does 1d6 damage. The Helldusk Helmet allows us to use Immolating Gaze to potentially frighten a target once per short rest. We'd also gain crit immunity, +2 saving throws against spells, and also cannot be blinded. Helmet of Arcane Acuity. Need I say more? Weapon attacks makes all of our spells more likely to go off. And Savarok's means that we're immune to being frightened, and we also gain that critical hit threshold reduction. The Steel Watcher Helm could also work as well. There's a lot of stuff here that all works. I would say maybe we could save Savarok's Helm for Bhaal, actually, now that I think about it. I think we'll save that one for Bhaal. I think, and maybe, I still see an argument for the Gibbous, but I definitely think these 5 are our options. Again, Steel Watcher is here, giving you advantage on con saves, and actually, yeah, maybe that might be better than the Gibbous here, I would say. I would say these are our options. I think no matter what, you're probably taking the Diadem of Arcane Synergy as your early game option, so I'm going to put that there anyways. Then it's just a question of what do you want in the late game. Could do a Bleed Barbarian for Bhaal Raging because of a Blood Craze sounds cool. I did already do that. My original Dark Urge Origin build from way back in the day is a Bleeding Barbarian. The stuff we get from the Helldusk Helm we can get from Warlock and the Adamantine Armor. That is true. That is true, actually. I would actually say, in that sense, probably Helldusk isn't worth it. That's also taking a trophy from Gortash with the Steel Watcher Helm. That is true. And it would also be kind of cool because you could actually make this, like, fully armored Black Knight character with their face obscured. Kind of like I did for the, was another deity build. Was it Helm? Was it the Helm deity build? I can't remember. Savarok fits better for Bhaal. Yeah, I agree. The Bone Spike helm on this build gives me goosebumps. Yeah, I really like the idea of being able to have menacing attack. I think the Steel Watcher helm is very fitting because it's the icon of tyranny. Yeah. Yeah, it was Helm. Yeah, the Watcher of Helm. Thank you. I think I could take or leave the Helmet of Arcane Acuity on this build. It is good. It's very good. But I don't think we need it here. Personally. I think it's between these two. And again, I would say it's an either-or situation. Take what you prefer. Yeah, Poop, you get it. You understand. I'm actually going to say it's either the Steel Watcher helmet or the Bone Spike helmet, and I think it's down to the person to choose. Yeah, it depends on whether or not you want the menacing attack to just gain that extra damage, or the concentration. Probably the Steel Watcher helm is overall better, but I'm going to have the Bone Spike helmet as a potential option. So I think we got the helmet now. Let's look at the cloaks. I think there's only one option for the cloak here, and that is the Nymph Cloak for Dominate Person. I don't think anything else here fits as well as this. Personally. Just having access to Dominate Person feels so good. Zim shush. I don't think anything else here works better than the Nymph Cloak. It's too good for this build. Yeah, perfect fit. No notes. So now breaks the question. We are the Black Hand. Bane is known for his black gauntlets. What are we picking? The Cerebral Citadel gloves make a lot of sense. Whenever we charm or frighten a creature, we gain Bless. Which is very, very good. Thank you, Kindle. So, unless there's something else here that we can think of, obviously we need an early game option, but I'll come up with that on my own time. Because I want to move on to the next build soon. This stacks with Bless too. Yeah, the Gloves of Power. Which one's the Gloves of Power again? Oh, well, it would help if I spelled gloves properly, wouldn't it? Gloves of Power, Absolute Bane. On a hit with a weapon attack. Yeah, so this is basically inflicting Bane on a hit as an early game option. It's specifically said to be a jeweled gauntlet, though. That is true. Which Gortash's gauntlet does fit the bill of. Obviously, I'm going to pull that one up. Early game Gloves of Power? Yeah, easily. The Gloves of Power, I think, are definitely our early game option. 100%. That is a given. It's just a what we take after that. Arachnia Braces could also be cool. Giving us access to telekinesis, but I don't value telekinesis as much on this build. Would a Bane Knight allow himself to be branded by the Absolute, though? For the purposes of manipulation? As someone who would know what the Absolute is about? Like, because the thing is, here's the interesting thing. Role-playing these builds, you can actually go into the game with knowledge from previous playthroughs, and it would make sense lore-wise. Because, of course, if you're the new Chosen of the Dead 3 meant to usurp the current one, you're gonna know about the Absolute. So you know that the branding of the Absolute does absolutely nothing but give you a benefit. And as someone who wants to be able to manipulate and control everyone, absolutely, this Bane Knight would take the Absolute's brand, just for the power that it gives. The power of social deception. I'm just saying. Let's have a look. So, obviously, the only thing with this build that we'd be getting from Gortash's gloves is Command at level 3. Which we otherwise don't have. Oh no, we do. We get it from Paladin. I'll shut up. We do get that from Paladin, so... not too into it. Yeah, exactly, Phantom, exactly. Also with the reeling from Adamate, Antimite? Yeah, exactly. Cerebral Citadel gloves, I personally think are a really good thematic endgame option. Gloves of Battle Mage's power. Let me double check that one. Yeah. Let's have a look at these. Whenever a weapon attack roll inflicts a condition, you gain Arcane Acuity. I guess that would happen quite a bit. I guess. They're bugged. Ah, well. Probably not then. Probably not then. Kind of situational? Yeah. Let's see, what else do we have here? I don't know, man. I think the Cerebral Citadel gloves are just it, you know? Really? Yeah, the Grimforge Shield also does pair really well. That's true. That could be like the early game option. The only other thing could potentially be the Brain Drain gloves, but they don't feel like gauntlets. You know what I mean? We want gauntlets. I agree. I think the Cerebral Citadel gloves are the best option, personally. Or the Raven gloves to summon Bane's Raven. Yeah, that's another thing. Although I could see us just having the Corvid's token and actually being Bane's Raven instead. The Spellmite gloves, those could also work if we wanted to bump up the damage of our cantrips. But I don't think cantrips are as big of a deal with this build. Yes, we get Eldritch Blast, but am I focusing on Eldritch Blast here? Not really. Could work. Gloves of Baneful Striking. Yeah, there's that as well. Just look at them really quick. Yeah, but I think the Gloves of Power are the slightly better option just because it has a slightly more use cases than the Baneful Striking ones. Don't forget they buff Smites as well. Oh, that's... Oh, I guess the Spellmite Gloves do buff the spell Smites. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But again, they're not gauntlets. It's the opposite. Gloves of Power have a safety. See, oh, right. Yes, that is true. Sorry. I'm getting myself confused here. The Helldust gloves could also be good, but they're always good. I mean, I think it's the Cerebral Citadel gloves, personally. I think it just fits too well with the theme of the build. Yeah, the Servitors of the Black Hand gloves. Again, if we went down that monk route, there's absolutely one. To be honest, the Baneite monk is just another build that I can do later on. I like that as a separate thing. I like that anyway. And I will be doing that at some point, I think. But I think it's the Cerebral Citadel gloves. The literal Fist of Bane? Yeah, exactly. Black Hand gloves do give a casting of fear? Yeah. But I think we have so many different ways of inflicting fear without actually needing to cast the fear spell. But I'm not too worried about that. How many of these builds are pally inclusive? What do you mean by that? Alright, finally the footwear. Yeah, exactly. That's also true Eclipse. Exactly. I mean, obviously, the power building option would be this. Give us Reverberation as well. But there's a few others. There is the Boots of Arcane Bolstering, if we want Arcane Charge. Which can buff up our Smites. Hi, Kirk. Good to have you here. Include Paladin in the build. Well, this is the first one. So, I don't know. I'm going to try not to use Paladin again, though, if I can help it. But Tyrant's Jackboots. Where are those? I probably was just looking at them. Tyrant's Jackboots. Tyrants. Where are the Tyrant's Jackboots? Oh, right here. You get a +1 bonus to charisma checks and saving throws. Evasive shoes. Stormy clamor can be your foes cowering in fear. Maybe. Linebreaker boots, maybe? Yeah. I like these more when we have a bonus action dash, though, which we don't have. Are we using fighter? No, we decided against fighter in the end. What else do we potentially have here? +1 Stormy Clamor, yeah. That is the power building option for sure. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. The boots of Genial Striding give more of a fully armored look. The wearer's movement speed is unimpeded by difficult terrain. Yeah, I see what you mean. Let's keep looking. I've already done a build based around those boots. The only other thing I like here is the boots of striding, because it prevents us from being knocked prone while we're concentrating, meaning that we're less likely to drop concentration. You meant the Minfara ones? Yeah, so the boots of striding. Yeah. Boots of striding are always great on concentration heavy builds. There's also things like the where are they? The boots of persistence, always good. The boots of striding are low-key some of the best in the game. Yeah, I absolutely agree. They look amazing. They're great. The only reason they're not great for spellcasters in a lot of sense is because they are considered medium armor, which a lot of spellcasters won't get if you just stay a spellcaster. But on a paladin, this is good. How about the psychic throw boots? Probably not serious enough. Minfara's boots for never getting shoved. Honestly, I think these are the best. Do we agree that the boots of striding are probably the best? I mean, don't get me wrong. Boots of Stormy Clamor, cool. But I don't know. I like the boots of striding more here. I think the boots of Stormy Clamor could come up somewhere else. I think because we kind of do need to move on from this build, I'm going to say we're just going to go with that. Amulets. I mean, immediately moving right far down the list. Yeah, maybe mention the Stormy Clamor. I will mention it in the video for sure. Exactly, yeah, people already know where I'm going. Where is it? The Spectator's Eyes. Giving you Ray of Fear. Just another option to frighten your target. But then again, we also did discuss the Corvid token. Because again, Bane is specifically referenced as having a Raven that comes down and does stuff. We could be the Raven. Branding the Weak. I'm not a huge fan of the Branding the Weak amulets, because it only works once per long rest, and it's only for one attack. The spell slot restoration amulet, if we weren't a warlock, yes, but we're a warlock, which is going to get our highest level spell slots back on a short rest. Constitution amulet, I would say, is going to be like the power building option. I'm definitely going to throw that in there. For sure. I also like the face semblance amulet thematically as well. Keep looking. Champion's Chain is a theme option for Act 1. Yeah, maybe. Let's have a look at it. Where is it? Sorry, the Champion's Chain? I actually don't remember that one. You like the Spectator's Eyes and the Corvid token? Spell Savant Amulet is a decent power building option. Yeah, because it gives you an extra level 2 spell slot, which is always nice. Again, lots of options here. I would say I'm going to throw this on here as an early game option. Yeah, exactly. Available on Act 1. But I'm going to put the Corvid token in there as a thing for, like the Raven thing. And you can just slap it on whenever you want to just be the Raven for a little bit anyway, if you need to scout ahead. You can actually swap it on. I think it's another choose your own thing. Yeah, absolutely. And then the rings. I think we pretty much already figured the rings out. If I scroll down to... So we have a few options. It's this one, and where is the strange conduit ring? This one. Don't think there's anything else. So the Bane and the Mystic Scoundrel would allow us to cast illusion and enchantment spells. We have quite a few illusion and enchantment spells that we could cast as a bonus action. That all fit what we're kind of going for here. The Killer's Sweetheart would guarantee a critical hit, triggering all of our abilities. And also, on a Paladin, very powerful for those critical hit smites. And finally, the Strange Conduit Ring, allowing all of our weapon attacks to deal additional psychic damage while concentrating. Oh, hi and goodbye, David. Thanks for coming. The Killer's is more crit focused though, right? Yes. But again, this just guarantees a crit whenever we want it. It's up to us if we want to include that here or not. Mystic Scoundrel and Strange Conduit, great pair of rings. Yeah, I agree. My only hold up with that combo, usually, is that because a lot of the illusion and enchantment spells are concentration, you're going to be swapping your concentration a lot. So you might find that if you're concentrating on one spell, you're not going to get a lot of value out of the Bane of the Mystic Scoundrel that often. It's great on an opening round, but if you're concentrating on one spell mainly, you don't want to be constantly casting spells. Unless you have something like Vicious Mockery, that could work. Maybe Killer's Sweetheart for Bhaal, actually. That is a good point. Because we might want the Killer's Sweetheart on Bhaal. That is true. That is true. You could take all three and replace Killer's Sweetheart after using it. That is also true, actually. Hi, Elliot. We're just about to finish Bane. Yes, it also has Killer in the name. Yeah, Killer's Sweetheart might make more sense for Bhaal. Maybe the wedding ring for permanent warding bond. Are you going to use the Bhaal list armor for the Bhaal build? Probably. We'll see. But I actually like the idea of these two now. So I think this is what we're going to go with. I think the Killer's Sweetheart, while it does make sense, probably makes more sense for the Bhaal build. Overall. Yeah, I agree, Kirk. I agree. Right, so that is Bane done, and holy hell, that's a cool build. I really, really like it. I think we've come up with something really fun there that I think is going to work great for the character. So Bane can now be crossed off the list. Okay, but with that done, I am going to take a short break. I don't have a BRB screen. I'm going to be like 5 minutes. I just need to go get myself a drink and a quick bathroom break. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Mike, that can also work. So I'm going to say I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back very, very shortly. How can I put like a BRB thing on the screen? Add source. Can I do like a text? Text, yes. Create new text. Yes, BRB. There you go. BRB. Yeah, there it is. It's going to look absolutely terrible. But... Or can I change... I can change the font. Hang on, this is kind of cool. Wait, where's... This? I should have it here. Modesto Condensed. There you go. Being bold. And... Okay. There you go. It's the D&D font now. That looks slightly better. Right. BRB, everyone. It will be about 5 or so minutes. Right, hopefully that wasn't too long. I have returned. Right. So, back into it. Well, again, as I said, we're going to go down the, the alphabetical order. So we're going to be doing Bhaal next, which I think is going to be simultaneously the easiest and hardest one to do. Because here's the thing, right? I have done Bhaal Rogues, I have done Bhaal Assassins, I have done Bhaal this, I have done Bhaal that, I've done a lot of things with Bhaal. How are we going to make this different and interesting, but also make sense? We totally didn't riot in chat. What? I could go back and check. Hold on. There's a lot of bees. There's a lot of bees. Anyways. Dagger throwing. Will it make the most of Slayer? Yeah. But then again, I've done a build that is deliberately based around Slayer. It's hard. I mean, it's a shame that, like, wild shape features don't affect the Slayer. Because that would have been cool. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't just want to do a Ballist Assassin again. Although I have to say, imagine being this Ballist chosen that just... You know how Orin is like a changeling, so she shapeshifts into different people? What if we got a Ballist, like, chosen Dark Urge, but is a druid that, like, wild shapes into various animals? Maybe we somehow pick up the Sky Self along the way to also get that, and then also have the Slayer form as, like, the ultimate fucked up transformation. What about Mystic? Yeah, I know, but I'm keeping the Deity Builds vanilla. Just because they always have been. Bhaal is also a shapeshifter in the lore, so it works. Could be a War Cleric. Also, yes, because War Cleric does work with various things. Shadow Monk Gloomstalker, which gives Disguise Self. Yeah. That could also work. But let's actually read Bhaal. See if that gives us any ideas. Honestly, sounds sick. Yeah, maybe. Bhaal, also known as, not even going to try it, among his Gugari worshippers, was the widely feared Lord of Murder, the Ferunian god of violence and ritualistic killing. I choose death. I can destroy your kingdom, Bane, by murdering your subjects. I can starve your kingdom, Myrkul, by staying my hand. Disguise self with the racial weapons. Ooh. Hold on, Zim, you might be cooking. Hang on. Monk for being deadly with no weapons? I've checked, and the outside buffs like Auntie's hair, everlasting strength, and mirror of loss all buff the Slayer form. Really? What about making a shape-shifting bard mixed with druid? Corvid token for the murder of crows? We already used the Corvid token, we can't use it again, unfortunately. That Disguise Self build, with, like, all the different weapons and armor pieces that give, like, the racial buffs. I mean, that's mostly Githyanki, though, right? Unless there are some others that I'm forgetting. Could we use Stillmaker? Probably, yes. Yeah. Githyanki and Dwarves mainly, yeah. Or did I miss a side of Mystic stuff? Nothing yet. We're just kind of discussing some potential options for Bhaal. But I'm going to continue reading his wiki page to see if that gives us any ideas. So Bhaal had 3 avatar forms. The Slayer, the Ravager, and the Khazgroth. The Slayer resembled a male humanoid corpse with a feral face and ivory skin inset with deep lacerations that flowed with black ichor. He preferred to assume it when in urban areas. The Ravager was a monster with a twisted, grimacing face that featured a flowing beard and mane, horns and eyes full of flames, full of the flames of Gehenna. He assumed that form when visiting the rural regions of Toril. Khazgroth form was simply a shape-shifting monstrosity. In some more extreme cases, Bhaal's multiple spawn children could actually turn into creatures said to be one of the listed avatars after Bhaal himself died. But his incarnations were even more monstrous and inhuman in shape, acting as little more than powerful killing machines. While powerful, they were weaker than the true god's avatars. The Ravager sounds like a very cool name for this build. I'm going to put that down as a potential name for it. The Ravager. I just pull out Notepad. Bhaal lived only to hunt and kill. The presence of the living instilled him on an overpowering desire for death and destruction. He was at all times cruel, violent, and a hateful being, though his behavior could vary from cold and calculating ruthlessness to a savage thirst for blood. Steelmaker is sort of the canon dirge weapon, yes, and I haven't actually made proper use of it yet. Ravager Barbarian Assassin could also work, but again, I've done a Barbarian Rogue Bhaal build. Again, it was my Dark Edge origin. I'm pretty sure they had rogue levels. Correct me if I'm wrong, it might have been fighter. Steelmaker and Bloodthirst are the Dirge's canon weapons. They need to be a gnome. Or have you already done the shape-shifting thing with Dark Urge? I don't think I have, no. Steelmaker is a dagger, Phantom. That was Fighter and Barb? Okay, so maybe Rogue Barb could be in the contention. The clergy of Bhaal and Faerun were known as the Bhaalists, or Bhaalin? Okay. Oh my... The Dark Urge will never be Bhaalin. I bet I pronounced that wrong. Oh no. Oh no. Moving on. The latter being used more commonly in the lands east of Dragon's Reach. Together they were a disorderly network of local hierarchies, with the urban and rural branches maintaining distant relations from one another. Collectively, they believe that murder... I'm just reading the chat, I can't stop giggling. Come on and slam. April Fool's build. Straight balling. The Dark Urge. Throwing build with, like, high jump. But design the Dark Urge to look like Shaquille O'Neal. No. Collectively, they believed that murder was both a duty to their god and a game for their enjoyment. Each cleric of Bhaal was expected to perform at least one murder every 10 days in the darkest moment in the dead of night. Oh, there goes my voice again. Bhaalist armor would capitalize on it, yeah. The Ball Master, king of all basketballs. That's good. During the time that he was dead, Bhaal had many scattered cultist groups, the most infamous being the Deathstalkers of Bhaal, who attempted to bring him back to life. For a while after the Bhaal spawn crisis, it was believed his essence had been locked away on the upper planes, preventing his resurrection permanently. However, this proved to be incorrect. Bhaal's essence had been preserved in his half-mortal children, the Bhaalspawn, and after the death of the last two Bhaalspawn, Bhaal was revived. I'm just going to check something real quick. Yeah, he only has the death domain. I was thinking of potentially doing something else. Voice stay, no going away. Yeah, I'm trying here. Yeah, due to BG1 and 2, yeah, he is pretty... The Waka build. They revived his balls. Guys! Anyways. He was a power-hungry adventurer on Toril. Along with his companions Bane and Myrkul, he sought to attain the portfolio of the God of the Dead. After defeating one of the 7 lost gods, the 3 were able to travel to Jurgil's domain, the castle of... the castle of Bone. I don't know why that just chuckled me for a minute. I don't know why. In the Grey Waste. Upon their arrival, Jurgil willingly offered his realm to the Dark 3, where they couldn't decide amongst themselves who would rule. Upon Jurgil's... Yeah, I know all this already. Jurgil divided his power, and then they became the 3. Yeah, that makes sense. Ballbuster. Oh my days. Bhaal's Reign of Terror in the Moonshade Isles, Godhood. I'm more looking for, like, abilities, and so... That's it? Huh. Okay, maybe I should read this a bit more. Wait, Worshippers, here we go. Deathstalkers, oh no, we already read that one. For extension, the Godhood. Bhaal's Reign of Terror in the Moonshade Isles and the Year of Bloodbird was a prime example of his cruelty and malice. His shape-shifting avatar Khazgarath, which emerged from the Darkwell, attempted to combine the Fearbolgs and Northmen into a conquering army set on destroying all of the realms of the folk. I'm assuming that's it's not pronounced folk, is it? No. It even used its powers to corrupt some of the Northmen, turning them into blood warriors who are bloodthirsty and extremely loyal to Kaskarov. Blood warriors? Hang on, that could be a route to go down. Sorry, I lost my track here. Who are bloodthirsty and extremely loyal. After Kaskarov was slain by Tristan, Kendrick, and his allies, Bhaal sought to personally ravage and corrupt the Moonshade Isles. Through his cleric Horbath, he corrupted the Moonwell, turning it into the Darkwell, formed an alliance with the Thayan wizard Sindre, and the court of the High King Reginald Carathal, and raised an army of Sahagin and the Undead through a priestess named Yasala. Castle of Bone, big balls. Alvin! Mate! Fuck it, we ball. I'm trying so hard not to read the chat, because again, a meme pops up, and you guys it goes completely off track. You are no longer helpful. Vampiric, Drain, and Lifesteal effects. Ooh, I kind of like that sim. Blood Warrior using Rhapsody. Well, let's have a look at let's look at the Blood Warriors. Blood Warriors were previously living human fighters transformed into powerful undead warriors through the dark magic of Kaskarov. Blood Warriors were similar in appearance to decaying zombies with burning red eyes and armed with weapons. They were extremely bloodthirsty, absolutely loyal to Kaskarov, and had unwavering morale. Much like vampires, Blood Warriors had to kill to preserve their unholy vitality. But each week they went without taking a life, the warriors lost more of their essence until they died, or regained it through slaughter. They also had the ability to fight under the benefit of the haste spell. Interesting. In order to receive this power, the Blood Warrior leader had to perform a dark ritual involving human or demi-human sacrifice, and then bless his soldiers with the spilled blood of the victim. As undead creatures, the Blood Warriors were immune to aging brought on by haste. Ooh. A Drain build that can shapeshift. You're still hooked on the shapeshifting idea? So they were like ghouls. Wouldn't necromancy be Myrkul's domain? Yeah. But I'm thinking, we don't need to lean into the undead aspect. But I like the idea of this life draining to sustain themselves using things like haste and just being a really effective warrior. Very different to the typical assassin of Bhaal that we would normally get. So I'm almost thinking, yeah, something like Vampiric Touch. And like, yeah, if there's ways to gain like lifesteal. Yeah. If there's a way to do it, that could be really interesting. You with the Bard Druid thing for shapeshifting and deception? Or like 2 Bard, 10 Druid? Because 10 Moon Druid, you'd get all of the wild shape abilities. And then with 2 levels of Bard, you would gain Song of Rest, which could help our Warlock friend out. Our Bane build. Vampiric Touch, left-handed Spellblade. Could also work. Someone needs to clip the ball memes. Well, somebody could. I'm sure that would be quite funny. You're thinking of Druid for Merc? Maybe. But I don't know, this Blood Warrior idea has kind of got me thinking, but I'll keep reading on Bhaal. The Darkwell turned into a cancerous wound on the earth that corrupted and killed anyone who came near it. Bhaal used the Darkwell to summon forth the Children of Bhaal, which included Thorax the Owlbear. That's kind of funny. Wait, hang on, Thorax the Owlbear? Doesn't that lean into the Druid thing? Wait a bloody minute! I can't make that the build. I can't. A flock of Peritons and a Displacer Beast known as Shantu. Wait, and then you could take the Psionic Displacer Beast ability and get all of them. Oh no. Oh no. Do Druids have access to haste? No, but the Darkfire Shortbow does. Which I haven't used in a very long time. You can get the Fire Blood ability from the weird drought. Yeah. I know the one you're talking about. She's the one you get the Potion of Everlasting Strength from. Evil support boss build. Curse you, law. That is too funny. This was all done to destroy the Earth Mother and seize the Moonshade Isles as his personal domain. As the god of murder sucked the warm life out of the Moonshades through the Darkwell, the Earth Mother's strength continued to fade until her spirit was completely extinguished, ending her reign on the Isles. Bhaal's army of undead Sagahin, Fearbolgs, Ogre mercenaries, and the Children of Bhaal, led by proxies such as Horbuff and Ysola, wreaked havoc across the Isles by killing numerous people and razing settlements until they were defeated by the folk, united by the newly crowned king of the Ice, Tristan Kendrick. Finally, the Darkwell was corrupted enough to open a portal to his own realm. Bhaal sent forth his avatar, the Ravager, fueled by much of his divine power, but it was slain by Tristan, High King of the Folk, using the Sword of... Yes. Defeated and greatly weakened, Bhaal was banished from the Moonshade Isles and temporarily exiled from Toril. Shadow Druid? Murder Druid? What a ballsy move. This is so going to Druid and I'm liking it. Well, let's think about this for a minute. Bard at level 1 gets Disguise Self, which is something that we want. It gets us a few other things. It gets us Longstrider. It can work. Dissonant Whispers. It gives us a lot of things. Druid, Circle of the Moon. We would only need to go to level 10 to get all of the benefits. Bard we could take to level 2 for Song of Rest, like I said, and Jack of all Trades. We could get a ton of Deception, Persuasion, Intimidation. We could get all the cool skills. I know, but... I know Wizard could also get it. Moon Druid 10, Bard 2. All Druidic powers go through Sylvanas. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I feel like it's less... You could flavor it as not being overtly Druidic. It's more just like we're getting the ability to shapeshift through Bhaal, and it's just that this is the way to get consistent shapeshifts. Because again, with the psionic powers we could also get with Displacer Beast, we're also going to get the Slayer form. It's just a build that's all about transforming. Like... Land Druid also gets haste, but again, we could just get haste from the Darkfire Shortbow. Does Order of Murder apply well in Wild Shape? No, because while your Wild Shape equipment doesn't change. But again, we'd more be focusing on the equipment that gives us buffs when we're playing as a certain race, because we could actually get that as well. I don't know, I just think it's a really unique take on a Bhaal build that makes sense within the lore, because again, canonically, one of the Children of Bhaal was an owlbear, which we could get, which could go into like that blood frenzy, because owlbears get rage. So it almost fits the barbarian thing that some people were looking for as well. I don't know, the more I think about it, the more this makes sense, at least to me, personally. Owlbear, Fire Myrmidon is literally the Ravager, all the shape-shifting stuff. Dire Raven for the murder of crows. Yes, it fits too well. It's so crazy it works. I agree. I think it works. I think, and again, we get the Slayer stuff. We get the Displacer Beast stuff as well from the psionic ability. I think it works. I really think it works. I'm gonna do it. I'm going to do it. It is going to be Bard 2, Moon, Druid, 10. Or like Texas Chainsaw, yeah. This went for a completely crazy... It's such an interesting idea. Now, here's the thing. The only issue with wild shapes and transformation-based builds is it takes a lot of kind of like build crafting to make sure you get the most out of it. Because there's a few feats that could work. and such. And so I want to make sure that we're getting as much as we can. The chat is slower than the stream. That's because, that's because of latency. I've got the stream on ultra low latency so that the chat is as close to real time as possible. But unfortunately it's not going to be 100%. 6 attacks in Wild Shape under haste is too good not to use. Yeah, and you'd also get the 6 attacks from the Slayer and the Displacer Beast, because they get their own extra attacks as well. So all of our Wild Shape abilities are going to have extremely powerful attacking combos. No, I have live chat. You can. I have live chat activated. All messages are visible. I've reloaded the chat just in case. Also going to get rid of the straw poll now as well. Oh, there you go. Yep, I know it's been unpinned. Go away. Tavern Brawler works for both the Slayer and most Wild Shapes as well. Yes, so we could throw the Tavern Brawler feed on there. Bull's Blessing? Ooh, maybe. Maybe indeed. Advantage on attack rolls against bleeding creatures so long as there is Kuatua to worship Bull. Yeah, I think we'll want to pick that up in our adventure for sure. I'm going to put that on under the buffs list, because I can put buffs. Probably going to want the Potion of Everlasting Vigor here as well, right? Because that works with Wild Shape, doesn't it? Or am I wrong? And the Unstable Blood as well. Because somebody mentioned that earlier. I think that would also be cool. Bull is an insult to Bull? Yeah, but come on, it's still kind of fun. Gorian's Ward is the most well-known bull spawn, especially since Jaheir and Minsk both adventured with them. Interesting. I'll have to look into them later. We could try the lifesteal stuff still. Let me check the Druid spell list really quick. I don't remember if the Druid spell list gets Vampiric Touch by default. I don't think it does. I think that's a Suck with the Land thing. Druid also gives us things like Pass Without Trace, which is good for stealthy bull stuff. Enhanced ability is always fun. Hold Person, very bull list spell, right there. What else do we get? Not much else, unfortunately. Yeah, Vampiric Touch comes from Swamp from Land Druid, unfortunately. We would get Blight, which feels kind of on theme. Polymorph could also be good. Contagion. That feels very bull list. Insect Plague as well. I think, yeah, at level 10 we just get the extra wild shapes. Isn't there a sword with lifesteal? Could lifesteal be a different build? Maybe a vampire build? Yes! I could make that like an Astarion type build, maybe. Tavern Brawler plus Potion of Everlasting Vigor plus Auntie Ethel's Hair for a +1 to Strength. Yes. I'm going to put Ethel's Hair in here as well. We're also going to want the... Yeah, okay. Sword of Chaos is the lifesteal sword? Right. Although I have just noticed that with all of that, we're not going to be getting martial weapon proficiency. We're not going to get great swords, unfortunately. You think it's a short sword? Let me see. There's a short sword we should be able to use if we start with Bard, which I plan to. Render of mind and body. Ambusher. Flesh render. What's this? Part of the flesh. Affected entity can't be healed and gain temporary hit points. Interesting. Okay. There's the Swordmaster gloves. It doesn't buff... I don't know if it buffs the Slayer form Eclipse, but it does buff Wild Shape, I think. Mirror of Loss too, but that's very endgame. Yeah, that people will know to use it. Think of someone casting Hold Person and transforming into an owlbear to tear you apart. Yeah! What about the Shattered Flail? Ooh, the Shattered Flail. Good idea. Hang on. There's... Oh, a Flail? Oh, Flail's a... we're probably not going to get Flail proficiency, are we? I don't think so. Where is it? Oh, no, it's not a Flail, is it, actually? A Shattered Flail is not considered a Flail, is it? What is it actually considered? It's a mace. This game sometimes, man. Shattered Flail, which we could use because it's a simple weapon. Hitting an enemy with this weapon heals the wielder for 1d6 hit points, but they go mad if they don't continue hitting an enemy each turn. Healing through this item doesn't trigger other passives that react to healing. I think Bhaal would choose the strongest race to be his champion, Gith. Yeah, I could see that. In fact, yeah, we would need to pick a racial choice. In fact, let me put, because we said half-orc for Bane, so I'm going to put that on there so I don't forget. So the thing with flail in the name isn't a flail? Yep. Swordmaster Gloves gives a great sword proficiency and +1 to attack rolls, not only to those two weapons. I get what you're saying, but the Shattered Flail honestly works anyway? Oh, I see. That does make sense, actually. Yeah, because it is only the handle. Yeah, that does make sense. The dwarf that gets +1 HP is the strongest, if you recall correctly. Maybe. Was the half-orc for the crit thing, though? Yeah, but I put half-orc for Bane, because we had that there anyway. I don't know. I still like it being a half-orc, so, because, again, that's related to Bane's avatar anyway, so... I mean, the Blood of the Thunder isn't a Morningstar despite it having spikes. That's so clerics can use it without needing to multi-class, I think. Dwagar would be good. Oh, yeah, there's so many options, because with Dwagar, you can do the Dwagar's, like, enlarged strategy, because that works with Wild Shape, and that can be kind of fun. I've done a build on that before. Obviously, for the bow, we want the Darkfire Shortbow. We already decided that. Let me just slap that on here. This is just going to be a 3-person party for now, Eclipse. 100%. You could also be an addict to the Elixir of the Colossus. That is also true. Dwagar is also really powerful, yeah. Let's go Gnome because it's funny. Like Scaleritus Fell's slightly less fucked up cousin. If I recall correctly, there's a headpiece that gives +1 wild shape charges. Yep. The Shape Changer hat's pretty standard druid kit. Dragonborn? Yeah, well that's obviously the default Dark Urge race. So you can go with whatever you want here. Do you know what? What was I about to... I was about to say something I've forgotten already. The most mundane Englishman-looking halfling. But yeah, I like the Shattered Flail as a potential weapon. Okay, so, for the question of armor pieces, all armor pieces in the game, unless they are explicitly stated to work while in Wild Shape, do not work with Wild Shape, because when you're in Wild Shape, you lose armor, so you lose the effects of armor. So, Baldurin's Helm, the Ballist Armor, none of that is going to work. You're going to... You're all very handsome, yes. So in reality, you could just use. I mean, now really the armor of choice is quite obvious, but you can also go for the stuff that you can get from like disguise self as well. But anyway, back to weapons. This maces aren't considered light weapons. No, so you'd need dual wielder to dual wield them. So you can either go for the Shattered Flail, but honestly, I do think the Shattered Flail would be great when I do my vampire build. I don't think I'm going to do the lifesteal thing on this one. That's going to be another build. God damn it, guys, stop saying about the Absolute. That was going to be a surprise for the end of the stream, that we were suddenly going to do an Absolute build as well, and you guys have all just kind of predicted it. God damn it. You guys all predicted it. And then we're just going to pretend that this Chosen of the Absolute build doesn't exist until the very end, okay? Sound good? Cool. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah? I was going to do a bait and switch on you. But you've all kind of figured it out already. Shh. Okay? It's fine. I like the idea of dual wielding Rhapsody and Stillmaker. Rhapsody is just a great weapon for us anyway, as well as Stillmaker being great, giving us hold person. It's the Absolute. You guys are funny. Yeah, so Stillmaker, Rhapsody, those could be good. Bloodthirst, obviously, if you want to get your hands on that a bit later. I kind of like the idea of making this dual daggers, but we could also go for the Shattered Flail. Yeah, no, there's a few different things we could go for, but I think the weapons are fairly obvious. I mean, both Druids and Bards get daggers anyway, because I think they both get simple weapons, don't they? Oh no, I think... Yeah, so we can get dagger proficiency. I think this one makes sense. Everyone can use daggers, yeah. This would give us hold person. And it's considered like another cannon dirge weapon, I believe. And this one is just good, because like, I can't remember. The affected character loses the buff from Rhapsody, gets unequipped. So yeah, this probably doesn't last into wild shape, unfortunately. I'm hoping it would, but it probably doesn't. Gleam Dance Dagger. Susa Dagger is always nice in the early game. Yeah, I don't know. I think that now that we're kind of leaning into this shape-shifting build, we almost don't need weapons, right? You almost don't need them. Sacrificial Dagger? Which one? Where's that one? Hold on. Just have the shit knife. Yeah. Why is everyone talking about tacos? Maybe just use a staff that boosts your spells or whatever. Yeah, maybe. I zoned out. Where are we? We're on Bhaal. Wisdom Scimitar, if we get them... If we focus on wild shape. Right. Yeah, maybe... Or even like the Infernal Rapier as well. Could also work. What are you guys on about in the chat? What the hell? I'm very lost. Yeah, the Infernal Rapier could also work. It would use on Wisdom. And we could have, it can be an ally as well. Oh, sorry, JP. You've missed Bane. We're currently working on Bhaal, and we've decided to just focus 100% on shapeshifting, and it's created a surprisingly very lore-accurate build, like, extremely surprisingly. Yeah, so we could go with that. Silver the Scimitar also works. So, because, to be honest, I kind of did want to go with, like, dual-wielding, so that we could still attack if necessary. Like, do, like, attack and then bonus action attack if we wanted to. I kind of like the Sylvan Scimitar in one hand and the Stillmaker in the other. No, we're not using any mods for these, JP. This series has always been vanilla. We're keeping it that way. Shapeshifter's Boonring and the helmet are probably a good idea. Oh, absolutely. The Shapeshifter's Boonring is a requirement for this build, because it helps with the conversation checks while shapeshifted. Druids also get the Flame Sword, which goes with Wisdom. Yes, yes. That is true. Ooh, Orion Armor? Maybe. I don't know. There's a few options. At the end of the day, I don't think the weapons matter that much. What about the Bull Sickle? Yeah, I suppose that is a thing as well. Although that does use our strength. But this would also... but this also is what gives us Bull's Blessing, isn't it? I think the only weapon you really need /1 is one of the haste bows. Yeah, for us that's Darkfire. When's the food fighter build? If you shout at me in the comments of my videos enough to make me remember to do it, or put it in the build request part of the Discord, then maybe it'll happen. So Baal's chosen is a druid so far. Yes, Secular. Which sounds weird, but when we actually read the page on Bhaal, it makes a lot of sense. One of his children of Bhaal is an owl bear, and it also plays into the shapeshifter aspect of using the Displacer Beast, which is also here, as well as the Slayer form later on. Oh shit, we have a Discord? Yeah, we've had a Discord for, gosh, a long time. It's like 300 and something members. Yeah, there's a Discord. There's a link to it in the description of all of my videos and on the channel. Where's the Bull Deity Build? One day, guys. Yeah, I'm not actually too focused on the weapons here. I think I'll just grab something for the early game. I'll grab the Susa Dagger for the early game. And I'm going to mention the Stillmaker, the Bloodthirst, and the Rhapsody. I'm just going to have them all mentionable, but I'm not going to focus on them, I think. Yeah, I've gone through the build request channel, Ben. I have. And there's a few that I've considered, but I do need to organize it a little bit better. I do agree. I'm just lazy, to be honest. I'm very, very lazy. I need to do some testing. I don't think the Scarlet, Scarlet Remittance will last into Wild Shape, but it's worth testing. I don't think it will, because I think it technically counts as unequipping the dagger, but if it did stay, oh boy, that would be pretty cool. Yeah. Some of us can help you with the forum stuff. Yeah, Red's offered before as well. But again, I hate putting things on other people. If I'm going to do it, I'll do it myself. Perhaps that'll be a project for me to do at some point. Yeah, I didn't think so, Chloe. Armor now? Yeah. I just use Bloodlust and Orange Short Sword. Yeah, but we need some early game equipment too. And again, people can use that if they want to. Bro, it's fine, we can help. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Right, so, armor. I think this is very easy. There's only one that really makes sense. Armor of Moonbasking. Temporary, 22 temporary hit points for all of our wild shapes. And we have a +2 bonus to armor class and have advantage on saving throws against spells. That also works in wild shape. Bing bang bosh, done. I mean, we need an early game option. But again, I can do that on my own time. That's not a huge deal. That could be a stream sim, yeah. I like the idea of using the Spider Silk Armor in the early game. Advantage on con saves can be good for a lot of our druid spells and some of our bard spells as well. And gaining a bonus to stealth checks. Very in line with Bhaal. I was going to say Orin's armor, but that's fine as well. Orin's armor is... Well, I mean, it's clothing, for a starter. We need some form of unarmored defense to make it work. And I mean... It's okay. If I'm being honest, it's a little bit horny. But it does make sense. It would give us a +1 to attack and damage in the Slayer form, I think. And it gives us advantage on deception checks and persuasion. It's beyond late game and worse than the Druid one. I will include it as an honourable mention, but it's not something I'm going to be focusing on, to put it that way. For sure. I think the Spider Silk Armor is great for the early game. I think it pretty much does everything that we want it to do. So I'm going to put that there, and then... It's really just for roleplay? Yeah. I mean, the Ballist Armor is there as well. Which could boost up the daggers that we have. I'll put that in as another honourable mention, but I don't think it synergizes as well with the rest of the build. Well, thank you for joining the Discord, Chaotic. Spider Silk is always goated. Yeah, I like the Spider Silk armor. I think it's just a really solid... And again, we get to nick it from Minthara, which just feels right for the playthrough that would use these builds. Ballist Armor is bugged and will trigger if you save and reload while in wild shape, but it's bug abuse. Okay, I will keep that one in mind. Oh, the other interesting thing I just realized about Druids as well, if we go to the Druid spell list really quickly, is that it's also going to get things like, where is it? It should be here. Yeah, it's going to get Entangle, which feels very appropriate, actually, for this build. Kind of like an early game hold person. As well as things like Thorn Whip, which feels kind of dark when you think about it in a certain way. We also get Guidance as well, which is really nice. I think Druid works out way more than you would initially think. Have someone else wear the Ballist Armor to buff the wild shapes with piercing damage. You're not fighting the horny very well. No, of course not. Me, who's known for being extremely horny all the time. Yeah, 100% sure. Don't take that out of context. Headwear. I don't think there's much headwear that helps. Other than the Shapeshifter hat to give you an extra wild shape charge once per long rest. There's also Janeth's hat for advantage on persuasion and deception checks. Don't really think that works for us most of the time, though. Wild Shape synergizes with the level 3 Assassin Rogue features. Ambush, Initiative, and Assassin's Alacrity. Really? Huh. Or just take your Butler's hat. Also true. Could be great for the concentration saves once we swap out the Spider Silk armor. And also gives us momentum, because we're going to have a little bit of charisma on this build. Are the Dead 3 builds conceptualized to work on their own as part of a Dead 3 party? I think these will work together quite nicely, but can also work on their own. Whereas the 4 Horsemen were deliberately designed with cooperation in mind, these ones can stand on their own, but may have some synergy between the two. Let's see, is there any good early game options here? Oddly enough, I like the warped headband of intellect, because I feel like if you want to be deceptive, you also need to be smart, in a way. I kind of like that one too. At the very least, as an early game option, you at least want someone in the party to be intelligent, I reckon. What else do we have? It does annoy the butler if you wear it next to him, so that would be funny. Yeah. And obviously there's the Assassin of Ball cowl, but I don't think it really synergizes. Well, I guess it does, actually, because getting the bonus to initiative would allow us to quickly wild shape when we need to. That could also work. But yeah. What race is the butler? I'm not entirely sure. Dirge has the intellectual headband and tries to use it, remembering what happened. No, the butler hat's still there. It's not changed. Unless you pre-wild shape. Maybe, yeah. Goblin? Pre-fight wild shape. True, true. But I think the idea of, like, this build is that, like, you're going to be using Disguise Self outside of combat and then wild shape in combat. I mean, for most people, because again, I have to consider that some people might not know, like they might get ambushed or surprised sometimes. I think he's just created by Bull. He doesn't have a specific race. The butler is the butler race. Let's see. I mean, we have access to light and medium armor as well. I should look down here. I almost like the Helmet of Grit on this build, simply for the fact that, like, imagine this. It kind of leans into that, like, boss battle type build aspect as well. Imagine this. You're out of Slayer form, you're out of wild shapes, and now your actual main character health is starting to dwindle. You get to less than 50%, and then you get an extra bonus action. So now that we're dual-wielding daggers, you can attack 3 times. Because once you use the Shapeshifter hat once, you can just take it off. Helmet of Grit will work if you wild shape while being at half HP. No, it doesn't, because you lose the effects of armor when you wild shape, I'm pretty sure. In fact, I know that. I don't think the bonus action will stay. The DLC Shapeshifter helmet? I've never really considered the DLC armor before, because I think I just never really considered it. Cast as a level 1 spell at will. Yeah, but with our bard levels, we're going to get Disguise Self anyway, so, yeah. It doesn't, and we get to cast that as a ritual, so it doesn't really matter. Oh wait, we might not get access to medium, though. Druids have the medium armor proficiency, so yeah, if we started as the druid, we could get that. But I might want to start with bard, so that when we when we multi-class into druid, because if we start with bard, we get more skill proficiencies and expertise, which we want, as well as, I guess just proficiencies, because we're not going to level 3. And when we multi-class into druid after, our item spell save DC will be wisdom, which is what we want. So actually, I do think starting as bard is more important. I think for the headwear, I think I've got a pretty decent selection. Yeah, I think this will work. The druids keep the the medium armor proficiency if you multi-class into them, though. Just gonna double check that. Oh yes, they do. So yeah, we get medium armor proficiency for multi-classing anyway. So yeah, Stardust Bard, multi-class into it. Thanks, Pooh. Cloak. Well, I mean, the Deathstalker Mantle. We're not going to not use that, are we? Makes too much sense. Let's see. The thing is, starting with Druid gets Wisdom proficiency and Bards don't. Yeah, but that's just the Wisdom saving throw proficiency. I'm not too worried about that when we're already going to have a pretty damn high Wisdom score anyway. And I do think for the social deception side of things, if we are going to take a bit of inspiration from Orin on that front, we definitely want those skill proficiencies for sure. Cindermoth Cloak works as well with the Blood Boiling Potion, true. You also have the ring for the saving throws anyway. Yeah, exactly. Officially midnight, got a dip, we'll have to catch the rest in the morning. Well, thank you for coming, Koza. Really glad to have you here. I like Gith as the race, get Astral Knowledge, Martial Prodigy, Misty Step, and Enhanced Sleep. I mean, yeah, that's true. Gith could work as the race. But I don't see Bull getting his hands on a Gith very easily. Unless I'm missing something there. For the gloves... I mean, again, these don't matter too much, do they? Gith can be murdery, I guess? Yeah. It would be a big middle finger to Blackith. What about a Drow or a Tiefling? Yeah, any of those could work. I think the race will be down to player preference. I think a lot of people would want to play Dragonborn just to be the canon Dark Urge. As far as that's concerned, it is down to player preference, I think. Deep Gnome, Halfling. Could use the balanced hand gloves to help with the dual wielding? Yeah. That actually does make sense because we don't get the fighting style. Bone spike gloves could also be good. When did you get the gloves to the balanced hands? Last light in. Okay. Were you thinking Circle of the Moon? Yeah, we're going with Circle of the Moon. Actually, yeah, no, the gloves of the balanced hands make too much sense now that it's been pointed out. I think we're gonna go with that. Because again, most of the time we're gonna be shapeshifted or wild shape, so are we going to be fighting out of wild shape as well? Yes. The idea is that like once you're kind of out of transformations, you still have the option of like dual wielding daggers, and it kind of is like multi-stage. Again, it's a bit like my boss battle builds. The character is a shapeshifter. Gith could just be the favored race, with the racial being inherent. True. Druid, shapeshifter, forest gnome is the logical choice. Martial exertion gloves could also work. Yeah, that is true. But I think the gloves of the balanced hands do make the most sense. There. Now for our boots. I mean, I do like the boots of speed to be able to dash as a bonus action, still getting that roguish aspect if we need it. The bone spike boots could work nicely for brutal leap if we wanted to go that route. Disintegrating Nightwalkers always work as well. Lots of options here. Yep, that is true, Secular. We are. Yep. It's 10 levels of Moon Druid and 2 levels of Bard. The boots that give you the Wrath on dash? Yes, there is. The Linebreaker boots, which are still bugged. They're still bugged to be overpowered, even with patch 7. Plus, if you make the GIF red, it looks closer to a Tool Imp. A lot of people seem to be making justifications for the GIF, so I actually think I'll make this a GIF build. Yeah. A lot of people are making the justification for it, so I think we'll go with it. What is this music? This music is a compilation of various musical tracks from the Nier series of games, like Nier Reincarnation, Nier Automata, and I believe the original Nier as well. Let me just double check it, because it's in my other tab. Yeah, these are remixes from various content creators on YouTube. I can post the link to this video in the chat for you if you would like to check it out for yourself. There you go. I'm a big fan of the Nier series. I love the music. So yeah, there's a few options here for your boots. Technically, you could stack like a few dashes and then wild shape and keep the Wrath for like a few turns. You could go for that. There is also just the evasive shoes if we want a bit more armor class. That always works. There are a lot of options available to us. The Tyrannical Jack boots could work here for the +1 bonus to ability checks and saving throws for charisma. Because we'd want that for like our charisma stuff, maybe. Drakengard 3 has great music. Yeah, I haven't listened to the Drakengard soundtracks in detail yet. Yeah, Hyper, that is Gortash's boots, and we did consider them for Bane, but with something else. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's not really many. I like the idea of maybe like stacking up some dashes with Wrath, then going into Wild Shape afterwards and having like that hasted, huge extra power Wild Shape attack. In fact, actually, now that I think about it, that feels kind of cool, like an anime-style power-up before a transformation for a little bit of shonen in there. You know what? I'm tempted now. It's a shame we don't get the bonus action dash from Rogue with this build, but screw it, I'm going with that. That actually does sound kind of cool. I'll have to test if it actually does keep the Wrath when you wild shape, but I imagine it does because it's a status condition. If you do that, you can't haste yourself before wild shaping? What do you mean? Wrath doesn't take concentration. Because think about it, you haste, which gives you 2 actions. Double dash, giving you 6 stacks of Wrath, which is near the max. Bonus action wild shape. Bonus action wild shape though. We have because we're a moon druid, we bonus action wild shape. So yeah, haste, double dash, 6 stacks of Wrath, bonus action wild shape, go in on your next turn. It does work. It does work. Yeah. No, you can dash twice with 2 actions with haste. You can. You'd have to haste outside of combat, though. Not necessarily. You can still do it. Haste does cost an action. Yeah, you can do it out of combat. That is true. Yeah, haste does cost an action, you're right. So you would have to do it outside of combat, but you can still do the battle prep, though. That still works. It's an option for people who want to do it. It's a little bit of faff, but it still works. Like, we've got no other real options for the boots, and this is an interesting strategy, so I would just keep it. Like, again, all you have to do is just prep yourself outside of battle. Yes, you technically lose one haste turn, but for the amount of power you're going to get out of it, I think it still works. Right, amulets. Not really much that works here. Must admit. Amulets of the Harpers could be good for advantage on wisdom saves. Roadrunner build, when would probably need a Sheldon's Stride. Well, I mean, that's pretty much just a rogue monk. We probably don't even need the rogue level. Well, no, you would go rogue monk, you'd go thief rogue, go the rest of the way monk. For the double bonus action dash, take Wrath, take the charger feat, just barrel your way into people. Ironically, we don't need the ball amulet. We kind of do, though, don't we? Just for the flavor. I don't know. I mean, we'd have it on our person regardless. We don't have to wear it. We do not have to wear it. Flavor is an important factor. You would also want the Tempest Cleric and the ability to change your soldiers to thunder damage. Yeah. But anyways. I'm testing to see if Wrath stays while in wild shape, and it seems like it goes away. Oh, really? Also, that doesn't work then, I guess. I guess because, yeah, it counts as unequipping the boots. Ah, darn it. Okay. I hope I've gone for a while. What happens is the Bane build. We turned the bull build into a wild shape druid. Yeah, line breaker boots don't work. I don't know. I was kind of hoping because it's a condition it would stay, but it seems like unequipping the boots gets rid of it. Shame. Then I'm going to take the evasive shoes for a +1 to armor class. I know it's boring, but what else are we going to do? I'm a little surprised that it isn't a bleeding build. I've done Dark Urge bleeding builds, though. This is meant to be something different. Psychic throw boots. We don't need the psychic throw boots. It does nothing for us. Why bleed when you could be a transformer? Yeah, some wild shapes do inflict bleed. We can get Bull's Blessing as well. Let's see. Give Gale the boots. Yeah. If Gale would even still be in our party on a build like this. To be honest, I like the Amulet of the Harpers just for the advantage on wisdom saves. When the Amulet of Bull can just exist. If we used Fighter 2, would Action Surge persist into Wild Shape? No. Because you wouldn't be able to activate the Fighter feature while in Wild Shape, I don't think. We don't talk about Gale, about his habits. Yeah. If you really need a ranged attack, throw Orin's Dagger. Yeah, exactly. Right, so the rings. First obvious ring is the Shapeshifter's Boon Ring, obviously. And then, other than that, I don't actually know. If it is a condition, yeah, it would be wiped. Oh yeah, we were going to use the Killer's Sweetheart, but I guess with this new build, it doesn't really work, does it? Damn it, Sim. Yeah, the Killer's Sweetheart won't work anymore now, will it? What else could we use? Not really much to it, is there? I don't have everything that we want. Okay, so the Killer's Sweetheart won't work in wild shape because it counts as a piece of equipment. I mean, I guess we could still use it outside of... we could still use it outside of wild shape, actually. Yeah, no, it would still work. In fact, it makes enough sense for the build. Yeah. We can still use it outside. This build is designed to work outside of wild shape as well, at least in some limited capacity. Yeah, no, we'll go for Killer Sweetheart. And the Shapeshifter's Boon Ring. I think, yeah, that's it. That is the build. I think it's a really fun... interesting take on Bhaal. Did we decide on the boots? I ended up having to just put on the evasive shoes just to give us a bit more armor class outside of wild shape. It's a bit boring, but it works. So, Bhaal is done. This leaves Myrkul. And I want to get into Myrkul quite quick, because I just realised for time, I would say I've got about an hour and 15 minutes left, and I've got 2 more builds to do. So, we're going to need to make this slightly quicker. So, Myrkul was the god of the dead, and later the god of decay and exhaustion in the Faerunian pantheon. He was originally a mortal man, a necromancer. Well, I mean, that kind of just gives us an idea. Named Myrkul Bey al-Kursi, who was ascended to godhood alongside Bhaal and Bane. His portfolio and home, the Bone Castle, still makes me giggle, were both usurped by the mortal Cyric and later passed on to the ascended Kalemvor. However, as that which is dead can never truly die, Myrkul was worshipped as a god once more in the 15th century DR, the Reaper, who brought more souls for the new Lord of the Dead to judge. The face of the Lord of the Bones, recognized across the realms as a symbol of fear and death, paragon of nightmares. Yeah, chaotic, absolutely. There's the community builds channel for that. Are you still using a leveling cleric? No, Halo, because we don't need to anymore, because these guys are not selectable by clerics. Reaper's Embrace has to be the armor. I know, but... to be honest, we haven't actually used any of the Gortash, Orin, or Kefric gear up until now. We've been rather creative despite it. War Cleric Necro? Oathbreaker Paladin, Necromancy Wizard? We've already done Paladin for one of them. I don't know. We'll see. Did this message go away? Thank you. As a mortal, Myrkul was described as a reticent and withdrawn individual. His thin frame and gangly limbs were hidden behind dark robes, and he spoke in a high-pitched but soft voice. High-pitched but soft voice reminds me of someone. The avatar of Myrkul appeared as a skeleton of a man hidden in flowing black robes. His wrinkled, lesion skin and blackened, cracked lips gave the appearance that he was just on the verge of death. He spoke in a rather high whisper, though his words never showed enough inflection to convey feeling or concern. So the dude's literally the Grim Reaper. Cloak of the Weave? Maybe. It was very important to Myrkul that Faerunians always kept him in the back of their mind. He had mastered the skill of sparking unease and fear amongst mortals through every action or mere word, and never missed an opportunity to remind the world that he was waiting for them all. Maybe, or even inflict mummy rot upon them. He could also immediately reanimate any dead being into an undead form or create undead at will. I mean, it does feel like your typical necromancer build, but how do you put an interesting twist on it? Use Thorn Whip as the gangly limbs behind the robe. Warlock Fighter and Necro Wizard? Maybe. Staff of Cherished Necromancy Lore Bard? Yeah, just how... Yeah, again, it's trying to figure out how to make it interesting. From his mortal life and well into godhood, he maintained a complicated kingship, if not outright friendship, with Bane and Bhaal. He counted Shah as an ally, and Shantae, Lathander, and Mieleki among his foes, although the latter was much likely a longer list. Despite his death, whom his faithful referred to as Sirik, a translation of Myrkul like Muslims, and yeah. Okay. Maybe something from the worshippers. The worship of Myrkul was never popular in Faerun, his influence inspired through fear of death. He wasn't widely worshipped so much as dreaded, and even blamed for the natural difficulties that accompanied growing old. His worshippers, who were often undertakers of one form or another, were a morose, secretive lot, reticent to share their faith with those outside his meagre and unorganized church. These Myrkulites were tasked with ensuring the people of Toril both feared and respected death. To aggrandize Myrkul's power would be to propagate rumors that merely touching one of his priests would bring certain death. Following the Avatar crisis, he was in the ice for a long time, Myrkul's worship continued on in part due to the efforts of the Horned Harbingers, those beings that came into contact with a remnant of the god's divinity. Horned Harbingers? Yo! That's a design! Horned Harbingers were those followers of Myrkul who continued to practice their faith following the god's demise during the time of troubles. They were all unique in the fact that at one point of their life or another, they have each touched an artifact known as the Crown of Horns, which carried the essence of the deceased Myrkul. You could do the Vampiric build here with the upcasted Vampiric touch from the Bard, and the Necromancy School passive. Ooh, maybe. Nature Cleric Necro. Evil Healer, like taking life from others and giving it to your party. The Harbinger of Death. I mean, I'm immediately seeing, like, a necrotic, like, kind of Mephistopheles tiefling with, like, massive horns, naming the build the Horned Harbinger. I'm just thinking of, like, the name of the build now. Tiefling Soullock with a Necromancer twist? Maybe. But again, I'm trying hard not to, like, reuse the classes if I can help it. These morbid individuals often dwelled in massive catacombs, spending their time looking around 7 years old fields of battle. They surrounded themselves with undead and spent little time interacting with the living. Many of their kind pursued lichdom. Maybe this chosen could be on the way to lichdom. Granted the use of magic from the death domain. Learns how to reanimate dead bodies over long distances. My voice is starting to go again. As they grew in power, Harbingers gained control over more and more undead thralls at the rate unknown to typical clerics. These guys are considered clerics. Nearly all of the Horned Harbingers were divine or arcane spellcasters. With a large number of them were necromancers or even undead, while some of them have begun to worship other deities associated with death, such as Jurgle, Sirik, and even Kalemvor. They all returned to the worship of Myrkul. Divine or arcane spellcasters. You meant Soradin. Oh, okay. Maybe. Eldritch Knight Necromancy Wizard? Classes. Cleric Wars. Once per turn, if you kill a creature with a spell, you regain hit points equal to twice the spell slot level used. Thrice if it's a necromancy spell. Level 6. Undead Thralls. Additional undead better summons. Cleric. Eldritch Knight Necromancer has your vote as well? Maybe. But if we go Cleric, we get Inflict Wounds. Is there a Cleric subclass that fits this? Not really, not without Death Domain. Life Cleric Necromancer? You could learn Inflict Wounds from scrolls, true. Life Domain Cleric. Literally life and death. Huh. Kinda like that idea. Trickery Cleric, maybe? Mirror it's more... That would be more if we were going like the ballist route, I feel. We've done... Have we, JP? Have we done Life Cleric Necromancer? Have we actually? Do you know which video that is? If so, could you point me to it? Oh, perhaps that was the Jurgle build. Maybe it was. Maybe that was the Jurgle build. Hold on. Let me double check. Ooh, right. Oh, I hate hearing my own voice still. Yes, it was Knowledge Cleric Necromancy Wizard. Not Life Cleric. Knowledge Cleric. Okay, so there's this Eldritch Knight thingy that's going around. What do we think in Eldritch Knight? Warding Bond, temporary hit point healer? Maybe. Tell you what, there's two options we can go down. If we're thinking about this intelligence-based version. You can go Arcane Trickster, which could give you a few things, or Eldritch Knight Fighter. What about Battle Master? Well, I'm thinking of Eldritch Knight simply because more cantrips, more spell slots, because they would stack together, and then the 2 feats. Arcane Trickster could be interesting if you go for like the Mage Hand Ledger Domain and do some interesting things with that. But I feel like the spell list is a bit too limited overall. And I don't think we get a lot from the Rogue as a base class here. No worries, JP. Full Whip on an enemy and then Vampiric Touch. Maybe. Could take the... Because the thing is with the Eldritch Knight Fighter, we could get 2 feats. Yeah, no worries, JP. Rest if you need to. Eldritch Smite. What do you mean? No, I don't think you can, Poop. I don't think you can. Because I think if we went for, like, a 6-6 split between Necromancy Wizard and Eldritch Knight, could use the Sorrow Glaive for a bonus action Thorn Whip? Yes, that is true, Eclipse. There's also the Magic Initiate feat. That is true. Spell Sniper would also work, because Spell Sniper could give Thorn Whip. And we would be getting 3 feats with this build if we went for a 6-6 split. Creating like a Necromantic Warrior that's outside of Oathbreaker Paladin could actually be really freaking cool. More intelligence-based, working better with Wizard. Oh, dude, that could actually be really cool. Go for Dual Wielder for the Staff of Cherished Necromancy in one hand, and like a longsword in the other or something, like a really evil Gandalf. Magic Initiate Shillelagh will use your spellcasting ability instead of your class instead of Wisdom. Ooh. Interesting. Let me double check that real quick. Because then the Staff of Cherished Necromancy with something like Great Weapon Fighting could be really cool. Magic Initiates. Ooh, where is Druid? Here we are. If learned via Magic Initiate Druid, despite listing Wisdom as its spellcasting ability in the tooltip, it will use the casting ability of the class that acquired the feat for both the damage and attack rolls, i.e. taking the feat at 4th level and Bard will cause it to use Charisma. Interesting. That is true. Combining that with the Staff of Cherished Necromancy could be a very interesting build. Like a two-hand, like basically like a Necromancer fighting with like a quarterstaff fighting style, commanding undead warriors as they go. We could still get Create Undead through the Crypt Lord ring as well. And thanks to... Hang on, if I had to go for the spell slots. Yeah, here we go. So let's say we do the 6-6 split here, right? We go with Eldritch Knight 6, Wizard 6. We're going to have up to 4th level spell slots. We're going to have 2. Which is not bad. That means we can learn any scroll up to 4th level. Which for us would mean interesting things. Let's go to the scrolls page. We could go up to level 4 spells. That would give us Blight. Blight. We would get Vampiric Touch. We could still get Vampiric Touch, so that would feel on theme for the build as well. I mean, we wouldn't need these from scrolls. This is just another way of looking at the spell list. Warns of the Berserker for the helmet, yeah, or the circlet that gives undead resistance to physical damage. That's probably better. But yeah, these would be the level 4 spells that we'd have access to. Not a bad lot, I would say. I'd say Minor Elemental is still a good spell to have as well. Circle of Bones, that's it. Necromancy of Thay as well, yep. It's a shame we wouldn't be getting a Dethrone. But I'm not too worried about that. What about the Antler Helm from the Grove? I think I would just use Tiefling. And just go for like antler-like horns. We'd also get Stinking Cloud as well. That could be another cool spell to have. Yeah, no, I'm liking Eldritch Knight Necromancy Wizard. I like the idea of it being intelligence-based all the way around. Makes the stat allocation a lot easier. The fart monster. Weirdly enough, okay, somebody saying the fart monster, I don't know why, but this reminded me to talk about this. I was thinking for some Halloween builds this month. I was going to do some stuff related to Dead by Daylight, because that's a game I like playing a lot. But I also like the idea of doing, like, the origin characters in Halloween costumes, kind of. Like, doing, like, spooky builds of each of them, but they're just dressing up. Trying to make something like that work. I don't know why the Fart Mancer made me think of that, but I thought I'd mention it while I remembered it. Yeah, no, Eldritch Knight, Necromancy Wizard, 6-6 split. For Eldritch Knight, 8 Wizard gives us a 5th level spell slot. Yes, but we lose extra attack. Tiefling subrace spells could be pretty cool. Yeah. I was thinking Mephistopheles Tiefling. which would grab us... If I go back to... This is... Also, this makes this party really interesting because there's a tiefling, a Githyanki, and an orc. Half-orc. Yeah, because Mephistopheles would give us Mage Hand. Yeah, but, for example, if you went Asmodeus, you'd get Darkness, which doesn't worry about your spellcasting modifier. Mephistopheles would get Mage Hand, which fits with the kind of wizardy vibe. And Zariel would get Thaumaturgy. You have to take the one for Connor for this build, hands down, yeah. I mean, mainly we're playing Tiefling to get the horns. But there is justification for any of these Tiefling races, really. I don't know. Yeah, but they do still use the Charisma, though, which sucks. In referring to the smite spells. Which will heal you if you kill someone with them. That is also true. Maybe Zariel Tiefling would be the way to go. You could also use the Helldusk Horn for the Helms, yes. Smite spells use weapon attack roll? Oh yeah, because the extra effects come from the charisma modifier, though. Frankenstein monster for Karlach? Oh shit, yeah, that's actually kind of good. Make it like a kind of like an unarmed build, just a like big monster smash, almost like the Hulk. Yeah, there you go. We're getting somewhere with this. Yeah, the Universal Classic Monsters as a basis. Yeah, it's like Werewolf, Mummy, Frankenstein. Use a shock gloves for her. Yes, for like the electroshock. Oh shit! Hold on. I'm gonna put this in my document so I don't forget. Karlach Frankenstein build. That is such a good idea. 1 second, guys. To know, it'd be funny. I just like completely do a role reversal. I make someone else the vampire build instead of Astarion, just for the funsies, just as an ironic joke. Vampire, werewolf, mummy, and Karlach. just Karlach on the end. Dracula the Mummy, Frankenstein, Werewolf, the Invisible Man. Ooh, Monster from the Blue. Yeah, some really good ideas in there. But anyway, we're getting off track. I just wanted to put that in my document before I forgot. Let's get back to what we're doing here. We got armor yet? No. We're going back to it. I just got very distracted by a very cool idea for some builds. But yes. Let's go back to the armor and let's get on with that. For the weapon, obviously we do plan to use quarterstaffs with this build. So we need to obviously... Oh, darn it, chat. Stop messing about. Not 12 Eldritch Knight. 6 Eldritch Knight, 6 Necromancy Wizard. So we're using quarterstaffs. Mifara would be the mummy, and no, you're not explaining it. No, you need to explain it. You need to explain it right now. Well, the hollow staff. When do you get this? It's from the Circle of Last Days. Damn it. Obviously, this will be our final weapon. It's just figuring out the early game weapon. Yeah, I figured as much. Look, there are a lot of characters in this game, but I'm sure a lot of you would refer to them as Mummy or Daddy. Because y'all need some help. Honestly. I mean, your D&D/BG3 players, what do I expect, really? Oh, hello. If the wielder does acid, fire, lightning, radiant, or necrotic damage, it becomes resistant to that damage type for 2 turns. That's kind of cool as an early game option. Morning Frost would also be a good early game option. But no, I kind of like Creation's Echo, actually. I think I'll keep that. Don't include you in that group. Are there any... Oh, my voice crack. Oh my god. Are there any ranged weapons that we could just slot in the back to give us a buff? Oh god, my voice actually cracked then. I'm starting to lose it again. No. I need to record videos. Don't do this to me. Woe could also be an option, yes. We already used Darkfire's on the last build. Oh, careful. Deadshot could be good, yeah. No reason not to have the passive buff, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, no reason not to have the Deadshot. Is there just in slot? We didn't end up going the crit build route with the other build, so yeah, why not, I suppose. Deadshot, yeah, Deadshot, yeah. Yeah, it works. Just since we might as well have something in the slot. Why not? Cool, okay. Armor time. Let's go to the armor. You probably use spells for ranged attacks anyway. Exactly. 1 second. Yeah. I mean... yeah, Reaper's Embrace. I mean... okay, Secular, let's be honest here. I've been really, really good. When was the last time I actually used the Darkfire shortbow in a build? Like, let's actually think about this for a minute. It's been a while. True, that's also true, Chaotic. True. Ballist for the skeleton, archer piercing damage. Yeah, but this is Myrkul. Reaper's Embrace. I mean, it does kind of feel like you need to. As a trophy for defeating the previous Chosen. Yeah, it kind of does feel like it. We get the heavy armor proficiency. Owl of the Dead. That makes sense, doesn't it? You go with the protective plate as well. Giving you the... oh my goodness, my voice. Give me 1 second. Crusader's Mantle to buff your skeleton archers. Ooh, I like that. I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind. Give me a second. I do like that. Why have I just received a Discord message? Oh, let me know later, Red, because I'm sure you're still lurking in this stream. Let me know later. Sorry, I got a Discord message. Yeah, I mean... I feel like you do have to consider the Reaper's Embrace, for sure. Again, kind of taking it as a trophy anyway. It does make sense. And I don't think there's much else that really fits. Yeah, well, we're going to be taking Fighter first anyway, because we want con save proficiency. Wearer gains a +1 bonus to spell save DC, and when dealing necrotic damage, deal an additional 1 necrotic damage. We wouldn't get any of the Spore Druid stuff, though. I mean, yeah. As much as I do think it is kind of just taking the easy option, I do think the Reaper's Embrace does make the most sense. The Blackguard's armor? Yeah. It would give us advantage on Wisdom Saves, which is always nice to have. But can I really deny the Reaper's Embrace? Really? The Protective Plate would be good up until you get to the end of Act 2. Because it just gives you a flat resistance to necrotic damage, which does make sense. Yeah, I think we do have to go with it. Maybe one of the non-enchanted heavy armors? Looks-wise, I agree. Doesn't Necro and Radiation stop you from raising the body? That is true, actually. Yes, you do need to be a bit careful when it comes to stuff like that. But you can still make that work. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna go Protective Plate into Reaper's Embrace. I do think it just makes too much sense not to. You can just stockpile bodies. Yeah, exactly. There's plenty of dead bodies around. You're going to be a fighter with strength. Just hoard them. Mantle of the Holy Warrior for Crusader's Mantle and the Skeletal Archers is a really cool combo. I think I'm going to go with that. So long as that works. But again, I'll test it. So now we need the headwear, the handwear, the footwear, the amulet, and the rings. Headwear is pretty easy. Circle of Bones immediately comes to mind. Because with the Circle of Bones, worst comes to worst, you could throw the bodies at the enemy. Yeah. Allied undead within 6 meters are resistant to bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage. You also get an additional casting of Animate Dead that does not use your spell slot. I mean, it just feels right. You can't store bodies on cancel, sadly. No, that's a shame. The only other thing would be the horns of the Berserker. So I would say it's going to be a either-or type thing for these two. Circle of Bones or the Horns of the Berserker. It works on Shovel too. I guess you can have Shovel on this build then. Okay. Handwear. There's actually a fairly obvious choice here. Let's scroll down. Blackguard's Gauntlets, which we didn't end up using in the end for the other build, could give us Inflict Wounds as a level 4 spell. Throw dead gnome build when. God damn it. How would that look though with the Tiefling Horns? Probably pretty scary. Yeah, you can get shovel via the dialogue. Yeah. There's also this, the Abyss Beckoners. Whereas summoned creatures have resistance to all damage except psychic. At the start of the summoned creature's turn, it must make a wisdom saving throw or be driven mad. Some undead, like the ghouls, don't have to deal with this. Yeah, see? Ghouls summoned through Dance Macabre or Animate Dead Flying Ghoul are immune to the Demon Spirit Madness. So you could use the Abyss Beckoners with this build, or the... which could actually just be the early game option anyway. The Blackguard's Gloves also work. You can also grab... where was it? The Dark Justicia Gauntlets could also be something if you just want to get an additional 1d4 necrotic damage on all of your attacks, and be able to cast Beckoning Darkness as well. I've made builds around the Abyss Beckoners before. Very, very interesting pair of gloves if used correctly. In fact, actually, I would say... because, again, you're playing this as an evil thing, right? I would say the full Dark Justicia Gauntlets could actually be very interesting with Beckoning Darkness. Because it takes... because, again, you're probably going to kill the Night Song, right? So it takes 2d8 necrotic damage if it enters or starts its turn in a lightly obscured area. So it's just more dark damage. Could be interesting. I'm going to put this as the early game. And /or. Yes, I'm pretty sure Kefric was actually, yeah. He was in... no, he was in service to Selûne, not Shah. Sorry, I got confused for a second there. Do we have bow proficiency? Yes, because we would be a fighter. We get all weapon proficiencies. He turned to Shah, Kefric served both? Oh, okay. No, after his daughter died, he turned to Shah. He was in service to both. There you go, then. So, yeah, it kind of makes sense. And then for the boots... was a paladin of Selûne and then later Shah. Right, okay. Well, then, yeah, that works, doesn't it? Totally forgot about that. Damn, he got around? Yeah, no kidding. Actually, if we're going down this Dark Justicia equipment route, then the Dark Justicia boots could be really interesting, because it would give you shadow teleportation, which, as a fighter, could be really fun. It's a shame it costs an action, but could be cool. Like a dark teleporting, like knight that summons undead, could be really, really sick. Actually, maybe we get Misty Step though. So is it really worth it? Yeah. I guess if you're going down that route, then the disintegrating Nightwalkers make more sense. Yeah, Hyper. He was with Selûne first, then Shah, then Myrkul. He does get around. I am kind of liking the idea of the teleporting now, though, I must say. Unless there's something else more interesting, I'd probably just go with that. I think you're building the closest you can to an Echo Knight. God, I hope that mod comes to console. The space shunt boots to grab one of your summons. That actually is interesting. Teleporting up close to someone and then just sicking a bloody mummy on them. I actually really like that. Hold on. Where are the space shunt boots? They're here. Space shunt. Yeah, it's an action, but that is kind of cool. Screw it, let's go with that. I think that's a cool design, actually. Don't forget you have action surge as well. Yes, that is true. That is, in fact, true. Oh, that's why. Sorry. Alright. Just wondering why I'm getting so many Discord notifications all of a sudden. How does boots give you Hellcrawler? Yeah, you could get Hellcrawler later on as well. Right. Amulets. You'll be surprised if the Void Knight's based on Echo Knight? Yeah, maybe. Let's see. What could work here? What could work here? How does boots sound better for Bane? Yeah, maybe. I would say Amulet of Elemental Torment, but no mods. Yeah, I need to look more at the mods, to be honest. Because again, once the Dead 3 deity builds are all done and all that, mods that are available on console as well as PC are going to become part of my regular equipment selection. That's true, Ben, actually. That's interesting. I don't know what the amulet should be. What should the amulet be? I don't know. Amulet of Elemental Torment isn't modded? Oh, whoops. See, this would be an interesting thing to build around if it wasn't so late in the game. Or maybe... Hi, okay. Yes I have. It's just finding the time. Which, maybe there is time now. Who knows? That actually makes a lot of sense, being able to stave off death with the parry outs with the, this. That makes sense. Yeah, with Vampiric Touch, that actually works really nicely. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Good call on that one, Chaotic. That's really good. Very, very good call. Yeah, I agree, Eclipse. Now for the rings. Well, Whispering Promise would make sense then if we're doing lifesteal stuff, because That would just mean that whenever we get healed, we basically get bless. Yeah, Whispering Promise makes sense. And then maybe the Ring of Exalted Marrow? For extra commanding of undead. Basically command on undead as well as another kind of like the Ghoul's Paralyze attack. To be honest, those two make a lot of sense to me, unless there's something else. Oh yes, After Death Do Us Part as well. Oh no, we need the Crypt Lord ring. We need the Crypt Lord ring. Oh no, we've got a lot of ring options. Oh, we have 4 to pick from. We are doing Necromancer Wizard, Ben. It's Necromancer Eldritch Knight. If you want to equip the Crypt Lord ring, does the mummy disappear? Yes, I think it does. Whispering Promise and Crypt Lord? Maybe. Well, to be honest, you could just have all 4 because you swap them out when you've used the abilities. No, it's not a 2-part ring. Okay, so there's After Death Do Us Part is a ring that allows you to, when you are downed, you rise once more with half your hit points but become gripped by Shadow Possession, which means you attack everybody nearby. There's Till Death Do Us Part, which is obtained from the same questline, which lets you cast Beacon of Hope. Use Broodmother's Revenge instead of the Wound Closer. Yeah, but I like the Wound Closer a little bit more, and I've done the Broodmother's Revenge so many times. I mean, again, it's down to personal preference, really. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these 2 to start, and then you have the option to switch to the other 2 later. Regen ring? The regen ring could also work. There's a lot of things that could work here. But I like these ones. You could also use the healing buff gloves, yes, but I've done those combos so many times. This is just something a little bit different. But yeah, I mean, guys, we've done it. We have done it. We have finally built the Dead 3. Holy crap, that's a weird feeling, actually. That is a weird feeling to actually be this close to the end. Wow. That's pretty insane. All the builds done, Ball is the best. Yeah, Ball is crazy. I think that was such a cool build. Except it's kind of ruined, but we do have one more to do, though, don't we, really? Let's be honest. There's one god that has not been represented yet. The Absolute. We've not done the Absolute. Something that takes complete advantage of the Absolute lore, of the psionic abilities. No worries, Eclipse is funny as hell. I think we need to do the Absolute. But now, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I think there's something pretty interesting that we could use for direct inspiration for this. Because I want to point this out to you. Imagine we make this Absolutist, because the Elder Brain, the leader of the Absolute, is an ancient creature. Powerful and ancient, that seeks to rule over the whole world. What if, for this Absolute, this chosen of the Absolute, it's not just someone who's been affected by the Mind Flayer Tadpole? What if it is someone genetically created to be the perfect follower of the Absolute. A human created by the Nautiloid, created to be what will eventually be the ultimate Mind Flayer, the ultimate servant, the one to bring complete dominion over all for the Elder Brain, to complete the grand design as perfectly as possible. I think there's some pretty interesting inspiration we could take. I'm just saying. I think we could do something pretty interesting here. Just go completely balls to the wall. Just saying. Yeah, I kind of want to build something inspired by Sephiroth. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Alright, that's enough of that. I want to take a little bit of inspiration from that because I think it would be quite funny. Like, imagine someone who is genetically engineered, maybe through countless generations of selective breeding by Mind Flayers, to be eventually the perfect Mind Flayer. Somebody so powerful that they can enact the grand design under the Elder Brain's will. I think it could be really, really interesting. Yeah, in a way, Poop. So, something a bit inspired by that. So maybe, just maybe, that could be interesting. The perfect thrall sounds like a plan. Yeah. I'm gonna call this build... What do we even call it? Just call it Perfection? Oh, shit. The Absolute, that's it. We'll just call it The Absolute. Oh. The Grand Thrall. The Ruler. The Absolutely Flawless. Absolute Commander. They are the final boss. The Alpha and the Omega build name. The Grand Designer. I mean, someone just said the Absolute. They just are the Absolute. Like, this is the Grand Design taking form in the form of a person. They are the Absolute in detail. Bill. I kind of like the will of the Absolute, the true will. I don't know. I'll workshop that one. But let's think about it for a minute. The build to rule them all. What do we even go for? And for the record, no class, item, restrictions, whatever. This is going to be just whatever we want it to be. Where do we even start? Bard? Maybe? Maybe? Let's think about everything for a minute. Let's think about the obvious ones. Great Old One Warlock. College of Law. Yeah, everything that used the Absolute brand, we have to basically. Brand of the Absolute, here we are. These are all the items that use that. And maybe this will give us an idea on how to build this. So Tempest, maybe. A Fire Psychic build for the Absolutes brand. Oathbreaker Paladin? Maybe. Enchantment Wizard? There's a lot of interesting ideas here. So the Ring of the Absolute Force. If the wearer bends the Absolute brand, they deal an additional 1 thunder damage with thunder damage spells and attacks. For Gloves of Power. On hit with a weapon attack, possibly inflict a 1d4 penalty to the target's attack rolls and saving throws. The Absolute's Warboard. If the wielder bears the Absolute's brand, they give a +1 bonus to saving throws. Maybe not that one. The Absolute's Talisman. If the wearer bends the Absolute's brand, they gain advantage on death saves. That's kind of cool. And you also get to cast Aid at level 2, so you get 5 extra HP. Yeah. And then the Absolute's Protector. If the wielder bears the Absolute brand, all damage received from spells is reduced by 1. And you also gain access to Fire Shield Chill. Aberrant Mind with modded with Illithid powers would be cool. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure Aberrant Mind is not available to console players, is it? No, I need to go to mod.io, Baldur's Gate. Because you can go here, and you can sort by PlayStation. Oh, I have to log in, really? Oh, let me go back to my non-private window for 1 second. Let me just double check this. Yeah, we'll have to look at the Illithid powers too to see if we can come up with something based on that. Absolutely right. Let me just have a look. Varying colors, just more party limits. Let me sort it into classes. Oh, the Spellblade School made it to console. Interesting. Available on Mac and console. There we are. There's a filter deliberately for it. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of class and subclass mods just yet here. No Aberrant Mind. Sorry, got a bit off track. Oh yeah, this build is absolutely going full Mind Flayer. 100%. Like, this build is going to use all of the Illithid powers. Like, you will gain as many of them as you can. That is the point. Illithid powers. Here we are. Let's have a look. So, we can look at what these give us. No, I don't think this build should be full martial either. I think this should be more spellcasting orientated. There is a Celestial Warlock mod. Yes, there is. We've got to find the best spell combo with Black Hole. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Black Hole would be very interesting. True Emperor, yeah. Something along those lines. Yeah, so we got a Illithid Persuasion, Psionic Overload, so going into like an overpowered psychic state. This is going to be anime as fuck. Sorcerer Wizard combo? Could be. Maybe. Is there a mod to customize the Mind Flayer look? There's mods that let you play like as a Mind Flayer, like as a race, but I don't think that you can customize the one that you turn into, no. Luck of the Far Realms, so we get automatic crits, ability drain. I feel like it could be another build that weakens foes. Does Black Hole trigger reverberations? Anything that inflicts a condition would trigger reverberation. Because it can cause the slow effect, potentially. Yes. Yeah, I know people are saying Mystic... Wait, shit. Do I make this the Mystic build? Or is that kind of going against what we're trying to do here? Because Mystic is real fucking complicated. Not actually a huge fan of the class itself. Maybe that's how I bridge the gap in. I like vanilla. Yeah, vanilla, yeah. I don't know. I want to keep this vanilla, I think. The power of mod manager. Meant to be overpowered? Maybe. Maybe we'll put that to a vote later, but let's not do it right away, just in case there's something else that's here that gives me an immediate idea. Yeah, fly, mind sanctuary, absorb intellect, displace the beast shape, mind blast. 30 levels, 1 feat per level, and all the SS. You know what? That could be funny, but let's see. Concentrated blast, force tunnel, stage fright, ability drain, displace. Ability to drain the intelligence stat with us to instant kill targets. That could be kind of cool. Yeah, us has to be a part of this build. Like, you have to get us, for sure. Have them be like your little companion. Yeah. Intelligence fits from a flavor perspective, or maybe charisma? Yeah. Yeah, let's look at the obvious ones. The Absolute does sound like a cat person. Yeah. I mean, you're just gonna go for all the Illithid powers, aren't you? I mean, Bard could be an obvious one for the Psychic spells. Great Old One is an obvious one. I actually think as kind of a fringe pick, Divination Wizard or Enchantment Wizard both seem kind of cool. Divination Wizard Bard could be interesting. Like, you could go for Lore Bard, Divination Wizard. I wouldn't say Wild Magic Sorcerer, but like a Divination Enchantment Bard could be cool. Because the thing is, while Hypnotic Gaze is fine, we have so many things that do like Charming and shit. Like, I don't think we need it, right? We can get spells and the Illithid powers that do that. Warlock Wizard? Maybe? Or Valabard to flavor the bardic inspirations as the Absolute's voice? Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna check something real quick. Give me a sec. No, that's 6 E-tools. I want 5 E-tools. I'll put you guys over there for a second. Oh, can we filter to have the 2014 stuff? How do I forget how do I set it to? Sorry guys. Just trying to look at command as a necessity. Yes, it is. Load all partner content. How do I make it so the 2014 stuff comes back? I had this set on my regular browser and I can't remember. This is a build that needs steeped in bliss? Yeah, exactly. What the hell is... There you go. Let's do it that way. There you go. So this is what the Mystic does, right? Because I'm still... Oh, it's just not going to load. You know what? This is broken. I'm not going to do this right now. I just don't remember what Mystic does off the top of my head, because I'm still somewhat considering it. We might have to put that to a vote. My only concern with like using the Mystic mod, really, outside of it being, you know, outside of the purview of the series or whatever, is that if Wizards of the Coast suddenly decides, actually, we don't want mods of our classes on your official mod store, we're gonna make you take them off, and then we lose a bunch of the mods. Yeah, no, I don't agree that wild magic should be on here. No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe I'll stay away from that just in case. The Mystic and the Mutant mods are quite OP. Yeah, well, Mystic is just OP in general. Anything else that could potentially work? Sir. The Emperor's Staff sounds like a good fit. Yeah, probably. Storm Sorcerer. Mystic does fit the theme, though. Heavily psionic in nature. Hang on. You know what, let's just do it. It's going to a vote. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, this one's going to be pretty split. In the meantime, Mystic Order Avatar Awakened the Immortal Nomad Soul Knife Wu Jian. Yeah. Could build both? Maybe. Bloody hell. I mean, I guess that's a level 20 feature. You can telepathically speak to any creature you can see within 120 feet of you in this manner. Wow. You don't even need to share a language? It uses its own reserve of power. Nah, this shouldn't be an average playthrough build, you are correct. It seems most people want to keep it vanilla anyway, but I do see... Maybe it's 2 videos. Maybe the official Deity Build series video is vanilla, but then I'm like, for my first Mystic video, I'm like, okay, here's Psychic Sephiroth, you know? Maybe that's what I do. It seems the majority vote is to keep it vanilla, which I do personally agree with. Does make this a bit tricky, but I do agree overall. I do agree to keep it vanilla. So that is what we're going to do. Psychic Sephiroth. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and then at least if we build it in vanilla, it can be like you can run the Absolute and the Dead 3 together as a fun build party if you want. Yeah, should we go with that? Let's just keep it vanilla. So, what the hell do we build? Mystic is when they stop? Aha. Nomadic is just BS. I'll have a look at it in full detail later, because no, I'm curious. But anyways, I was looking at Storm Sorcery. Storm Sorcery would give you the ability to fly before you actually get fly from the whatchamacallit. And some of the, the Absolutist stuff works with Thunder. Time to build the Chaos God to 40k. You had to Google Sephiroth. Sorry. Oh shit, CBD. That's good. I like that. That's a good idea, actually. I'd have to make both videos quite quickly, but I could probably do it. Do a multi-class with the best subclasses in the game. Trickery, Bane, and Arcane Trickster. The full Trickster. Tempest Storm. Warlock Pact of the Blade. Psychically created weapon without the Shadow Blade ring. Oh, interesting. Yeah. It's a shame the Pact of the Blade weapons all suck. The thing with Storm Sorcery is it does incite you to go over a lot of Sorcerer levels. Yeah. 6 overall. I like the idea of College of Law using cutting words to kind of manipulate stuff, like with your voice, like that kind of being another psychic thing. There's also the GIF item that gives flight and psychic damage. Yes, the boots of the GIF-born flying boots or whatever they're called. You have to save Scum to get the awakened buff from the crash. Yes, you absolutely do. And the survival instinct one from the Ammelium quest. Tempest Cleric could also give you some good stuff if you want to go that route. Yeah. So many options. It's just what best augments the psychic abilities as well. Because a lot of the thunder stuff also works with, like, forced movement. Like, imagine, you're like, because you could go for, like, because I've never actually, this is the funny thing. Because it's such an overpowered build that everyone uses, I've never built Tempest Cleric Storm Sorcerer on the channel. Not properly, anyway. Lawbard Storm Sorcerer? Maybe. Maybe. There's also, yeah, there's a lot of things. You'd get Destructive Wrath, Cool Lightning, Thunderbolt Strike, you could push it away. Storm Sorcery, gain resistance, Lightning, Psychic. You will when you have to build Storm of the X-Men, yeah. Draconic Soul, Tempest Cleric. Maybe. It's just so many cool potential options that all make sense. It's hard to justify or decide. Slow of the Sorcerer spell list, yes it is. Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard to decide. Ulthurid? Ooh. Treats us mind like only beings by their normal mind flayer brethren. Oh, my voice! Come on! Don't go anywhere just yet. The tadpoles that became Eltharians appeared normal, but were changed by some unknown force. The unique nature of the altered tadpole was not apparent as it underwent the process of cerebrophosis, where the usual procedures. Okay. Wow. So they're basically the gifted children among the mind flayers then. Storm Sorcerer Lawbard? Technically I've done that build already, the Storm Song. But that was a was that a Swords Bard actually? That might have been a Swords Bard actually. A Darth Sidious vibe? Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, that was Swords Bard, yeah. Yeah, see you later, Prophetic. Thanks for joining. Have fun. Seriously, diving underwater. God, it's my worst nightmare. Oh, from Warhammer? Visage of the Absolute with Shadow Monk is really good. Yeah. I did my Shadow Monk's site, Tadpole build before. Could this build have a focus on stunning and dazing? Yeah, maybe. In which case, you could go with Reverberation as well, because that also inflicts dazed. Okay. Yes, Micah, we did think about Mystic, but we're keeping it vanilla for now. Sorry, I was looking at the Psyker. I just had it in my other tab. Right, so I'm almost thinking. So hard to choose. I think I'm just going to get the idea of the basic class, because I don't have a lot of time left to stream. So I think once we've decided on a basic class combo, I'll probably have to call it there. I thought I might have a bit more time, but I do want to get a little bit of input from you guys. Psychic Gift Monk with Force and Psychic Flavoring. Command from Paladin or Cleric. I guess I've done that so many times already. We got this one. This one. And there was also this one, I think. Yeah, the Shadow Thrall, this one. Yeah, because this one was Goobard.
All right, I am.
This one was Eldritch Knight Divination.
All right.
And this one was just pure Shadow Monk. Yeah, Wizard or Sorcery, yeah. See you later, Zim. Shadow Monk Tempest Cleric? Halfling Psyker. Shadow Monk Tempest Cleric. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, because I'm thinking thunder damage. Because with the Tempest Cleric levels, you would also get. Excuse me, sorry. You'd also get shield proficiency, heavy armor, martial weapons. So you could use the Absolute Protector for chill, which is ice themed, which also kind of fits the storm. I think, yeah, we do reverberation gear with the psychic abilities, which do synergize. Yeah. Let me just put this in my notes. Telekinesis as well, yes. So probably the Heracnea braces need to go in there somewhere. Yeah, I actually think Tempest could work. Does shield count as armor for an armored defense? Yes, unfortunately. I say that depends on which class. Barbarian shields will work with an armored defense. Monk shields don't work with an armored defense. A Thorns build? Yeah, maybe. Maybe Div Wizard? That sense. But what does Wizard get that we need? Still like College of Law for the cutting words a bit. I'm not as interested in Great Old One Warlock actually. I don't think we need that one. Yeah, I don't know.
Monk. Monk could be interesting with Way of the Open Hand, because again, the psychic strikes, like your mere touch afflicts the mind. You know what I mean? I mean, technically, we don't care about the unarmored movement. We could be a heavy armor monk. Knowledge Domain gets telekinesis and dominate person? Yes, Ben, but we could also just get those from items. Because hang on a minute, let's have it. If we come over here for a second, we're going all over the place, but trust me. We can go and get where is it? Next category, yeah. Just for the look. And then Pirate gloves would work. Yeah, they would actually. Oh, but we would need a way to consistently deal. What if? Because I mean, for the amulet. Oh no, but we're going to use this one, aren't we, for the amulet? So I was thinking if we go with. Yeah, the telekinesis bracelets. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was going to grab them. That's what I was thinking of. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? This one. Sponge Shadow. Mix that with the Boots of Stormy Clamor. Then we go with the Heroic Near Braces. The Telekinesis every short rest. Mage Hand as a bonus action. Reverberation. The Illithid powers, which push, displace, inflict status conditions, which would charge the Boots of Stormy Clamor. Mix that with Tempest Cleric. For the high amounts of Thunder and Lightning. You can retaliate with Thunder just for attacking us. Shatter. Yeah, see you later, Micah. Thanks for coming. Yeah, because I'm thinking Way of the Open Hands, Tempest Cleric Monk with heavy armor, which seems weird, but it does work. Yeah, exactly. Almost like a Sith Lord. Yeah, Eclipse, exactly. Chaotic, oh my god. But yeah, no, this... What? Grab the Shadow Blade ring as well for our Dark Lightsaber? Fuck, I've said it now. Shit, I kind of like this, actually. For the headwear... No turning back. No, there isn't, is there? We could even grab the Hat of Storm Science Power for Arcane Acuity. Because we're going to get max level spell slots. So maybe if we find room for a level of Wizard? That could be a thing. We could get spell scrolls. Maybe we need the warped headband of intellect in that case. Okay, so basically, because we're... Oh, no, we wouldn't, because we're not... Sorry, I'm stupid. Why did I think we were combining Sorcerer and... Never mind. Shut up. Don't ignore me. My brain is starting to go. We've been streaming for nearly 4.5 hours. Ignore me. There is no max spell slots here. Only my stupid brain. That's chaotic, I swear. Yeah, sorry, Hyper. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. Brain drain gloves are also kind of nice, yeah. Must feel like just throwing the helmet Baldur on here, though. Take the helmet of a powerful mind flayer who dared to defy the absolute. Heal 2 hit points, +1 armor class, can't be stunned, immunity to stun, kind of important for a mind flayer build. And people can't land critical hits against us. Combine this with the Cerebral Citadel armor for the look. The Arachnia braces for telekinesis. The boots of Stormy Clamor for reverberation on all the status conditions we're going to be inflicting, because we'll be conflicting a lot. Tempest Cleric, giving us retaliation for even thinking of attacking us. Maximum damage on a big attack. Yeah, well, I did consider the Hat of Storm Science power, yeah. Visage of the Absolute. Remind me of what that is again. If I could spell, that would help. What do you mean by Visage of the Absolute, Ben? Always the Clamor. Yeah, but they do work. And Way of the Open Hand Monk for a ton of just raw power strikes that deals psychic damage. Also Wholeness of Body to give us an extra bonus action too. Plus with the Mind Sanctuary feature that lets us change our bonus action and action. Oh shit. Firing off 50 different spells and psychic effects in a turn. The Illithid power that adds 1d4 psychic on all attack rolls works too. Yes! That is also true. The spear called the Vision of the Absolute. Oh, I see. That's what you said. Not Visage. Vision. Blinds all targets that fail a dex save. Deals an additional 2d6 piercing to certain creatures that sport multiple sets of eyes. Is that for the spectator? Yeah. Spear works as a monk weapon too. Just a shame it's a bit shit. Yeah. And it's a shame that Shadowblade is concentration. So I think I'd much rather spend concentration on the other stuff. As cool as this is, the blind effect doesn't work half of the time. Yeah. I don't know. You get a class combo yet? I'm leaning towards Tempest Domain plus Way of Open Hand. I think it's a really interesting, unique combo, and honestly... Oh yeah, the Staff of the Emperor we were also going to look at. +1 to spell save, DC and spell attack rolls. When the wielder succeeds a saving throw, the throw that caused the throw needs to make an intelligence saving throw, Or be stunned for 1 turn. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it is beyond late game, though. You'd need dual wielder for that Eclipse. Oh, the Null Runa, you mean? I don't know how to spell it off the top of my head. This, you mean? Maybe. It is a thrown weapon, which can synergize with a few of our psionic abilities. Go with the vision of the Absolute up until this point. Maybe. Sorry, Chloe. We're finishing very soon. I got to wrap this up pretty much within 15 minutes. Yeah, maybe... It works with Black Hole to get them grouped up? Yeah. Oh, the Sword of Oppressed Souls as well, yeah. I know it's what it is. Long swords. It's Blade of Oppressed Souls. Here we are. This could also work. But honestly, the Nanal Runa feels great. I personally think it's perfect. Yeah, but this is meant for fighting Mind Flayers and such, though, I think. Not really. Do Tridents work as monk weapons? Yes, because they do not have the heavy property. Or the two-handed property, sorry. They're considered versatile, so yes, they do work as monk weapons. Okay, now I think we got it. I didn't expect us to nail it, but I think we did. Because I think the idea of just power building is extremely fun. Oh, I meant to grab the Vision of the Absolute. Kind of, yeah. Kind of, Isra. I'll get the early game gear a bit later on. We could also still use the Absolute's Protector. I mean, hell, grab Tavern Brawler somehow. Yeah, I know, but I'm just grabbing it for flavor, Poop. I'm just grabbing it for flavor. Yeah, so Hyper, any weapon you are proficient with will work as a monk weapon unless it has the two-handed property. Yeah, we could combine it with the Wet Condition because Cleric gets Create or Destroy Water. So, that does work. Yeah, no worries. And then with the Spine Shadow Amulet, any ranged spell attacks that we make, which we'll have a few, can also inflict reverb as well. Do we not? Oh, yeah, I guess, because, yeah, no, we don't, do we? Unless it's from a cantrip or something. No, you're right, we don't. Unless we use, like, Guiding Bolt or something. Oh, no, we don't. Good point. Good point. Guiding Bolt, yeah. I don't know. I'll come back to that one, because like I say, I am running out of time. And of course, we're taking the Ring of Absolute Force. Yeah, Shatter and Cool Lightning aren't ranged spell attacks. They're technically saving throw spells, which is stupid. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of, the Ring of Spiteful Thunder. To potentially daze targets. Then... we also need the... Problem is, we do kind of need the Nymph Cloak on this one too. This Dominate Person makes too much sense. But I would also save it if you're running this with the Gortash build and you want to swap it out on this build for something else. You could lean into Belligerent Skies, but yeah, I suppose that is an option actually. Let me put that as a... Yeah, you could. I'll put that as a early game option, actually. Where is the one I'm thinking of? Underskin. There we go. And for the headwear... yeah, for the early game. Wow, we actually got it. Huh. Equipment and all. Wasn't expecting that. Alright. I think this is going to be a super awesome, fun build. Yeah, no, we've done it. I'm just going to say that's pretty damn good for now. I might refine the concept a little bit, but... well, what I was thinking, Ben... what I was thinking is because we're a heavy armor monk, there might be some potions of joy strength with this build. Could be interesting. There's two of you. There's two Bens. There's Benjathin and Benros. That was faster than I expected. Yeah, but it's a pretty solid concept. It was pretty easy to nail down. Don't do drugs, kids. Right, well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between and beyond. That is the Deity Build series live streams officially concluded. I will say that more build-making streams will be in the future, for sure. But maybe I'll transition to more gameplay-oriented streams. My voice is dying. In the future. So, thank you all so much for being here for this exceptionally long journey. And yeah, there's not much else to it. Sorry, Dex. I'm signing out just as you arrive. My apologies, mate. But yeah, no. Thank you all
so much for coming. I will hopefully get these build videos out for you all fairly soon. I might need a bit more time just to fully recover my voice. Maybe I'll do some more minor videos in the meantime. Thank you to everyone for coming. This was a huge stream as well. Like, pretty huge. Especially since I haven't streamed in so long. So, yeah. I'm going to sign off now, because I'm going to go take a nap or something. Thank you, everyone who turned up. I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.